Hey, beautiful people. How is everybody doing? My voice is actually going. Activations today, y'all. As soon as I is back. How are y'all doing? Let me get this back down. All free list is closed. Damn. Miss Green donated. Dang, where's my phone? Oh, it's on the floor. Let me get that, y'all. Oh. How is everybody doing though? For real, for real. Because I am coming back into some energies. I navigated through some energies of chaos. How are you guys finding everything? How's life stuff treating y'all? That part, right? Because there's so much going on in the process. Okay, so we do have a donation from Miss Green. Miss Green's out here, so oh yeah, you missed the list, girl. You missed the list. Hey Sam. I have been navigating through. I don't know if y'all can hear my voice, but there is some demon time today. My decibels were all the way up there, all the way up there. Navigating through other people's desire for their energies and their low vibrations to be alchemized because they don't necessarily want to do the work themselves. My demon wasn't having it today, so she was telling everybody where they can go and find their work to do, right? And she had some raised decibels in the process because she already gave forewarning about having to take her there. So I'm doing okay for the most part. I think after the come down, I came home, had a conscious conversation with Charlotte because she's my co-D throughout this conscious walking process for the most part. I can generally navigate through the process of my experiences with her consciously. So I had that conversation for like a good 3 hours and then I passed out. I went to sleep because sometimes that's what it's actually going to take for me to get off that vibration to come back and reset my vibration. So now your girl's good. Your girl's good, y'all. But it has been quite the trip, y'all. I've just been navigating through what feels like chaos constantly. Had to go to JA to break some strongholds, okay, some lineage demons. So had to get all of that out the way, and I'm navigating through some of those surfacing so that they can be moved through. But would you guys believe I went to Jamaica to sort of like close out an assignment? Then by the time I got out there, closed out one assignment, I got into another class for like the next 2 years because it involves like family demons and stuff like that, right? And that's going to take some while because it takes some time for people to untangle, especially even with myself as well, to even learn how to untangle some of my thought processes that are no longer serving me, that may be like vibrating at a lower frequency to some of the things that I want. So that's going to take me 2 years. I closed out one class and I signed up for a 2-year class, which technically is actually a 5-year class because after that, I'm looking to move forward with the other assignments. So you girls on assignment. That's how I'm doing. How am I feeling? I feel a little bit more clarity. I wouldn't necessarily say better. I feel clarity because I went there to close out an assignment to do with family cycles and stuff. And then I just picked up a whole other bunch of classes. So I wouldn't say I'm feeling better, Mina, but I am feeling like I've got some more clarity, that part. Because I'm like, whoa, when did this happen? But I get it. Where is Miss Green? Is Miss Green in the building? If you are in the building, Miss Green, please do throw your questions out there. And we'll go ahead and unpack it. How are you guys doing? I hope it only gets better for it is beautiful. Like all of this stuff, I'm just like, yeah, it's only this way because it is getting better, and that's why it kind of needs to. So I had like so many different situations out there. I don't know if you guys can even see my eye. I got bitten by a mosquito out there. And my eyes swelled up, like literally like hitched when he had like the allergic reaction. I thought that was funny after the fact. So I was like, oh my God, this is like a funny little sidebar with God because he must think that this looks really funny right now. My hands swelled up as well. Hey, Pearl. Due to the inflammation, my body was rejecting it because my body hasn't been used to that kind of like environment for a while. It was weird, but it was very, very interesting. I actually learned a lot about why I am the way that I am and my abilities and all that kind of stuff. May I know Ricky's thoughts and feelings for me currently? Ooh, okay. Thank you, Miss Green. I wasn't sure if you were out there, but I'm glad to know that you're there. So it has been an interesting ride, guys. How have you guys been doing? We've got the Virgo full moon coming up on Tuesday. How are you guys feeling about that one? Any debts you guys want to clear out? Financially, karmically, or otherwise? Any debts at all you guys want to sort of like, move through? Because this is a time for it. So we want to start with Ricky's thoughts. Okay. Interesting. Sorry. Let's get this properly situated. There we go. Okay, so feeling okay-ish health-wise, a bit low these days, emotionally drained, but drained too. But anyways, it's all cool. That part, literally, I myself am like totally so drained. So it's definitely season for that. I don't know if you guys realize, like, the rhythm on 2023 is not a joke. Like, it's like this. It's like the tempo of life is literally just picked up. So it is super exhausting. Hey, Katie, good to know you, good girl. Miss Green, what I'm seeing with the situation as far as his thoughts about you on the situation, right? No, it's no joke. For real. This tempo of life is, it's hectic. What I'm seeing with the situation with Ricky, it's a slow moving process, this situation with Ricky. It feels like you guys have been, it's like you take a few steps forward and then you take a lot of steps backwards. It's, the conflict is a little bit, I don't want to say irritating, but it seems like as you guys start to move forward towards the dynamics of things getting a little bit better, it's like there's like 10 steps back and it's like, do you know what I mean? It's very irritating, but it seems like this is a situation where he's trying to figure out how to be methodical about the fact that you guys basically take these steps forward, but then it's all these steps backwards. And it's also actually leaving him like, it's difficult to know where he stands all the time with you with the situation, because sometimes it may feel like he's not necessarily prioritizing the space with you per se. And it's like, I don't want to call it a burden, but sometimes he doesn't know how to shoulder the weight of that along with everything else that he's got going on sometimes. So I think right now he's trying to figure out how to be methodical about the situation. I do feel like he's at a place where he's not necessarily all the way confident as far as like where you guys are right now, because I feel like he doesn't necessarily know if he's coming or going with the situation with you guys. That's his thought process on the situation. But I think he senses that you guys do have the potential to be victorious against the odds of everything that you guys are navigating through, right? He senses that, which is why he's trying to be strategical. But it does mean that he's not vocalizing as much as he actually needs to, because he's like living, best way that I can put it is like he gets trapped in his mind space quite a bit whenever he's like processing. So his communication a lot of the times isn't how you would necessarily like for it to be. It seems like he sometimes is so irritating because of the fact we go silent, no communication at all. Yeah, this is what I was just saying to you. He gets lost in his mind space sometimes. No good communication at all. Yeah, that seems to be like one of the major factors for you guys, why things seems to be so explosive. Sometimes I feel like it's like sometimes one or both of you guys are a little bit on edge when it comes to navigating through certain discussions that might be a little bit tricky to navigate. So it can be a little bit intense for both of you guys. And I think when it comes time to having those types of conversations, especially, right, like at the minute, we're kind of like navigating towards the energies of the Virgo full moon. So in those types of instances, there might be little things that might come up, to kind of like trigger certain things, because we're obviously releasing any debts. It could be sort of like patterns that are no longer serving us in terms of the way that we speak about things, speak over our lives. speak to people, because sometimes we have a tendency of talking at people as opposed to talking to people. And I think that a lot of these dynamics that you guys are navigating through, those are some of the things that would be a little bit tricky for you guys to move through. So much has been going on in my life. Ariana Grant, I can only imagine, because literally the whole situation has been, as far as life has just been moving so quick. I can only imagine what the hell has been going on for you in terms of how things have been playing out, girl. So yeah, that part. I received your donation as well. You're not late. Amina, I did receive your donation. Also, I think you did it in dollars, but I guess you get the concept. I feel like proper communication help. I feel like proper communication can help you guys so much, right? But I think what's going on with you guys, in terms of why you guys aren't able to communicate properly, is that when you guys are triggered. So a lot of you guys, both of you guys, don't know a lot of the triggers that you guys have in this space, right? So you guys could be having a conversation about something that could potentially be like a little bit of a difficult conversation to have, right? Because you guys are trying to clarify certain things. So whenever you guys try to have conversations of clarity, or if you have differences in opinion, you guys struggle to navigate through your differences in opinion. That's the thing that's also going to be very, very tricky for you guys, because when you have the differences, it's not about you being right or him being right. It really is about you guys being able to come to a mutual understanding of where your differences lie. So it's one of those things. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, hold on. Let's see. What's his feelings towards? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. I'm gonna put this across now, right? So his feelings on the situation, he's kind of a little bit guarded at the minute. It seems like his communication, obviously we know that that's a little bit off because he's up here, right? But he's not necessarily feeling all the way comfortable to really be able to express himself in terms of what his actual feelings are right now. He doesn't know if it's entirely a safe place to be able to do that, because it seems like when you guys start to get good and when things seems like it's on the right track, all of a sudden, it's almost like you guys will just have a basic conversation. It's conversations about really basic things. Like I said, it's your differences of opinions that seems to be the problem in terms of you guys being able to articulate it. One person seems to be a little bit more understanding, so one person's a little bit more receptive than the other person. And that seems to be a little bit of the imbalance in the situation. So it's almost like the information isn't flowing through the space, right? It's not going back and forth. It's like it's just not landing in one particular spot. Is it yourself that seems to be a little bit stubborn, or is that his energy? Clarify that for me, Miss Green, and maybe I can give you some recommendations on how to navigate through that space, if that's yourself or him. But as far as his feelings, he runs during serious conversations. Shocker, shocker. Divine masculine are definitely navigating through optimizing that behavioral pattern at the minute, but it's a slow moving process because they haven't necessarily been given the proper tools and opportunities to be able to navigate through said feelings. So a lot of the times they really don't know how to navigate through whatever it is that the divine feminine is probably going to come. Not even just the divine feminine, just in general, in terms of certain conversations that may be a little bit difficult. So this is a problem. So Miss Green, now, if you know that he struggles with that, right? If you know that he struggles with his defenses, and half the time he don't even know when this stuff gets put up, because this is his natural pattern. He's used to running away from these types of conversations because this is his practice on this is conflict avoidance, right? That's what he thinks that he's doing, but he's actually just avoiding the actual conversation altogether. I'm stubborn, but I don't mind compromising. He fails at compromising. Okay. So what you have to do in terms of the dynamics when you guys have the differences in opinion, you can't necessarily push your opinion as the right perspective. So basically what's being activated for him in a lot of these instances is it's probably So men like to lead for the most part, right? So it will trigger feelings of inadequacy, feelings of insecurity if you're making suggestions, which outright may actually be the better suggestion, even if it's like the best direction for you guys to kind of like go in. It is going to trigger something inside of him that is going to feel some level of insecurity about the fact that obviously you're leading a situation in terms of guidance, right? And again, we're both logical. I know men have a tendency of saying that women are emotional, but honestly, women are able to find logic within their emotions, and men find logic beyond the emotions because they don't know how to tap into that. And a lot of the times, when I say they, this isn't like a grand general statement. This is just the majority, unfortunately, right? Like I said, they haven't been given the tools, so there's no judgment on it. Okay, we have a cycle every month. Okay, we know what we're going through as females. Okay, our hormonal situation and chemistry is completely different in comparison to theirs. It's just the way that society has set them up for failure in that regards, unfortunately. Now, with the situation, when you're navigating through things with him, you can't just force your point or push your point. You have to then be able to bring him over to a perspective where he can see your point and actually feel like your point is him making that decision. So unfortunately now you have to, because he's basically regressing into a childlike behavior, childlike pattern. So he's going back into, at least I want to say, maybe a 5-year-old self, right? Because this is probably more than likely around about the age where he started to develop this pattern himself. So when he regresses into that, you have to treat him like a 5-year-old child, respectfully. That doesn't mean talking down to him. It just means being delicate with his ego, because his ego is now at that position in life. And for yourself as well, you do yourself some good to understand and learn where you develop this stubbornness and where that actually got embedded in your pattern, because both of those little demons are gonna want to try and feed off each other, basically. Okay, you're going to be stubborn, which is going to activate his feelings of stubbornness, and his walls are going to go up, and both of you guys are going to be talking at each other, but nothing will actually be landing. So what you got to do, okay, treat him like where he's at mentally, because that's where he's at mentally. It's a neurological pattern that needs updating. So treat him accordingly to where he is in those instances. Even right now, he's trying to figure out how to come back into the space and actually delegate as the man, right? But for the most part, because he lacks the emotional intellect, and this is, again, the unfortunate aspect for men, because, again, they haven't been given the tools to walk these paths, right? So we're all developed in different ways, in different stages. I want him to lead so bad, so I end up asking him his wants, his needs, and I get nothing. Girl, can I get some snaps in the room? Seriously, Miss Green. This is a thing, okay, that collective divine masculine are navigating through, because they spend so much time, actually, unfortunately, right? They spend so much time actually focusing on others because they're supposed to be the protector. So a lot of the times their focus is outside of themselves. They don't actually know how to articulate what their personal wants are. For some, not all, this is just the majority, because God's working overtime at trying to optimize the collective divine masculine with this habitual pattern, because it's no longer serving for where God's trying to take us, right? However, what you then have to do if he's navigating through that optimization in himself as well. So that is going to make him feel some type of way, to think that he wants to lead, but he doesn't know where he's going. So he cannot lead anywhere. So the best thing that I can then recommend to you as you're kind of like navigating through the process, asking him what he wants is likely to trigger his insecurity, because he doesn't know what he wants. Ask him what he would like in an ideal world. In an ideal world, in an ideal scenario. So if you can see the ideal and he can give you the pic, because that's really how their mind would work, because again, the emotions are taking an abstract out of the process of it. So in the ideal world, ask him, in the ideal world, how do you see things? So that he can give you the ideal, and then if anything, you can't pick it apart. That's just going to trigger his demons. Okay. And then he's going to shut down through the optimizing process. So once he starts to tell you about his ideal, what you then have to do is you have to then identify some of the unrealistic aspects of the situation and then make some suggestions on those aspects of the situation. You can't necessarily make suggestions and say, I think that this would be a better idea. You have to sort of say, well, what do you think about this? So you have to basically lead indirectly until he is in a position, unfortunately, to learn how to lead directly, because he's learning how to optimize a lot of these thought processes to be able to get to a position where he can lead in a way that you require leading. Do you understand? If it was somebody else that he was dealing with that also has a lot of lack of foresight and vision for their own lives, he'd be a perfect leader. Do you understand? Because then they're on the same frequency in that dynamic. And it's like the blind leading the blind, and they can have a field all day trying to figure out what it is that they need. But because it's not that dynamic, and he needs to optimize the way in which you lead yourself in your decision making perfect, that's the actual like challenge, I guess, for he's actually learning how to optimize to that level of delegation, basically, right? So you have to, I guess, be patient with his process. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately because it is going to take time. Yes, you have to do open-ended questions so that he can get to thinking, so that he can shift his degrees of perspective, so that he can come to realizations about certain things. And then the demons aren't necessarily in the way. Do you understand? Like he's now able to manage them because he's now shifting his perspective into higher degrees of perspective, as opposed to the demons being triggered every single time he's being forced to look into a new direction that is vibrating at a high frequency that he may be resonating at emotionally. Because a lot of the times when your mental perspective that is vibrating low, your emotional plane is on a low frequency. So he might have some insecurities that he's navigating, some low-key, I'm not going to lie to you, he's low-key navigating through like an acute depression. It's minor at the minute, but he needs to get a little bit more open about discussing certain things so that it doesn't become like a major sort of impact in terms of like everything that he's juggling, because he is overwhelmed. I'll tell you that much. Okay. Any final guidance for Miss Green as we close out the space for her? Thank you. Okay. In the near future is not necessarily the right time. So within the next couple of weeks, it's not like you're going to be like trying to implement these tactics and then seeing like a direct sort of like change. But over the course of the next couple of weeks, it's a good opportunity for you to plant these little seeds, right? Plant these little seeds, and you'll kind of start to see, I want to say summertime because they're showing me around about June, July. You'll start to see a little bit of development for him, neurologically speaking, because a lot of the things that you're navigating through is his neurological pattern. That is basically because there's unresolved emotional planes that are taking place. He's not necessarily able to optimize in the way that he thinks he's optimizing, because a lot of the times he thinks that he's doing the adult thing by walking away from certain conversations, but the thing to do would actually be to address the conversation and actually move through it. He's not registered that whole concept just yet because he doesn't know how to navigate through certain conversations. So you have to bear that in mind, because really low-key, one of his fears is that once he starts having the conversation, things are going to spiral out of control and he doesn't know how to come back from that in terms of the conversation with you guys, because you guys can low-key, sometimes it can get to a point where it's a little bit disrespectful in terms of the way that you guys deal with each other in those spaces when you guys are clashing heads, right? And he doesn't really like all of that, to be fair. So he doesn't really like necessarily to have to go to those extremes, which is why he does the whole conflict avoidance. So you do have to like, see with him in that regards. You gotta take that into consideration. But honestly, you guys will be fine. Over the next couple of weeks, you guys are just going to plant some seeds. Yes, not gonna lie, I'm the disrespectful one, girl. You and me both. You and me both. I'm learning how to optimize. Kayanat, hey love, nice to see you. Nice. Right, Miss Green, I hope that was useful for you, though, girl. But it seems like you guys are going to be navigating through the process over the course of the next couple of weeks. But this is a good time for you guys to kind of like release some of these karmic debts in terms of the old patterns of doing things, right? So set your intentions as well on that. I'm trying to, girl. This is what I'm saying. I'll put people on warning. Like, look, my demon is about to reach its tolerance. Can we take it down, please? Okay, because once we go beyond my boundaries, your boundaries are off limits. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's keep it in the safe space. That part. Okay, that part. Right. Amina, I think you also sort of like did your donation, girl. So if you are still in the building whilst I prepare for the next reading, put your question out there. Oh, good. Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Mina. So Amina said, Spirit, Amina wants to know, what do you guys want her to know about her current person? As clearly as you can. Okay. 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 That's nice, guys. Okay, so we're going to start with the positives because that's really like mostly the energy that they're sort of speaking from, right? What I'm getting on the situation, they're saying is that like you guys have got a really good solid friendship, and for the most part it's like you guys are both focused on your goals, I guess, together, like the plans that you guys have, the visions that you guys have. Is so interesting, right? I feel kind of used, like he's only saying because of papers and stability with me, I'm thinking about divorce. Okay, this is potentially why, in terms of the plans, he's focused. He's focused. Okay, let's dive into this. Do you guys feel like, Amina, girl, that's the question you should have then asked me. Do you guys feel like R is using Amina? And I'm going to answer you the question precisely. And I'm going to give it to you as raw as they give it to me. Right. So Amina says she wants a divorce. What's you guys' advice on? Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to keep it real with you, Amina. Is the relationship a relationship of convenience? Yes. I'm not going to lie to you on that. The dynamics that you guys have does put you in a position where you are likely to be used because you're the person of promise that can basically bless him, right? Love comes in different compartments and service is one of them. So this is the area that you can serve. Okay, his circumstances and his situation. However, this is what they're sort of like saying with the situation. Now isn't necessarily the right time, I guess, in terms of the divorce process. There's still a little bit of a road ahead for you guys to go, right? With the situation, he's trying his best to kind of like maneuver around the space. So you're right about the dynamic of convenience. He's trying to basically avoid any conflict that's going to present that divorce situation from manifesting, because there's still sort of things. Can I ask you a question, Amina? Why'd you marry him in the first place? Answer me that. Let me get some, because this is, I need to clarify this with you because they're saying to me you saw red flags beforehand and you went into the process. So now you're into the contract and the contract is playing out. So why do you marry him in the first place? Because there was indication that this was potentially the case. He was a completely different person when we married, to some degree. I believe you there because I think that he played, because he's very strategical in terms of the way that he's kind of like maneuvering the circumstances. I think with the marriage situation, he got comfortable. That's all that is. He got comfortable in feeling like he can reveal all of his faces to you all at once. Yes, I was just saying, revealing all of his faces and showed his true colors little late. See, this is the thing. He got comfortable. He got comfortable once the marriage became a situation, and then he showed his face. He got money, papers, everything from me. With the situation, what they're saying at the minute, basically, because how can I put it? Give it to me in a different way, spirit. Because I'm okay. Okay, 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 okay. And now he mistreats me. Yeah, I'm gonna say this to you. I'm gonna say this to you. He had little small tendencies. So what has basically manifested, I feel like, oh babe, don't let him make you feel like that. This is his little low vibrating demon. So what it is that he has a little bit of an entitled spirit. This happens a lot of the times with our narcissistic traits, right? He has a bit of an entitled spirit, and that's the thing that you're actually navigating through a lot of the times, like this entitled little demon that just likes to basically just, help themselves to whatever, and they just take complete disregard for anybody else. They don't even care about the person who's actually bringing them the blessing either. They just want the blessing, and that's it. They're over everything. He is all about materialistic things and money. Yep. That's so this is what they were talking about. They were saying that he had the entitled spirit before. He mastered it, like, not mastered it, wrong word. He masked it. He masked it well enough initially during the process of the relationship dynamic, and I think he did that through friendship. So this is the thing. It's because of the friendship that you guys have that has kind of like put you in this position where I guess he just kind of like attached to you like a leech, for lack of a better way of putting it. He doesn't even see how he manipulates. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. All of these things are like subconscious. This entitled little spirit of his, it's an entitled little 7-year-old. It's an entitled little 7-year-old. He's not aware of it. It's a subconscious thing. His little demons kind of like pressing buttons basically to activate this mannerism. Every time when he gets into certain situations where he could potentially consider you, then the demon activates, and he's all about himself basically, because that's how that spirit works. It's literally just sees self. Like I said, it's kind of like a cousin of the narcissist. They all breed in the same sort of like breeding ground, right? What do you guys think about the divorce situation? Because they're saying express your love, right? Express your love. He has this narcissistic trait or tendency that is constantly flaring up. You can express your love, and that's going to be, how these dynamics work with the narc. So come on, give us something more than that. What do you guys advise on the divorce proceedings or the divorce? Okay, but okay, thank you. He says something and do something other. Yep. He says things and says later he didn't say that. That's how the narcissist works. It's so unfortunate. Men are really deeply sick with a lot of men, not all of the collective, but a lot of men. It's because they haven't like matured emotionally in certain places. So it's very unfortunate. But yes, that seems to be a tactic of the narcissist, and then it deflects. I literally just navigated through that today myself, to be fair. And then they lie about the things that you say because their receptors and the way that they pick up information is being intercepted by the narcissistic spirit. So what you say is not what actually translates. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. That's how it works, unfortunately. How does he not know about his narcissist? He doesn't. He doesn't. A lot of the times, it's like people don't want to accept like their own demons. So unfortunately, because they don't want to accept, we will have them. You know what I mean? That's why when I see other people's, I'm really not even that fussed. I'm just like, are you going to work at that? Because I can't continue to manifest and navigate through this space with you, because I'm actually releasing that spirit myself. So if you're still engaging in it, that's going to cause a problem for our relationship dynamic. I don't know the reality anymore. Your reality is your reality, beautiful. The narcissist has a tendency of gaslighting as well. They lie and then try and convince you that they're lies because they pathologically lie and convince themselves of the lie that they tell themselves to be the reality. They will gaslight you into questioning your reality as well. Your reality isn't a lie, okay? Your reality isn't a lie. I know that you love him, and I get that. What I'm going to say to you, are you at the complete end of your tether? Would you consider therapy? Because this is actually a sickness, unfortunately. It's a neurological sickness. Would you consider therapy? Where are you with the situation? Have you had enough? Do you have any tolerance left? Where is your patience with him? Sorry, I asked several questions all at once, but you know, girl. These are all the questions that I have to ask to get some clarity, and then I can, I guess, advise or recommend you based on where you're at. Yes, reality. Yes, really, I want to go to lawyer. Okay, God be with you. That's okay. What I'd say, he doesn't respect me and my family. Oh, now it's getting tricky. It's getting tricky. What I'm going to say to you, okay, because the narcissist, when you try to cut the narcissist off, they have a tendency to blow up your whole life. Okay. Hold on, bear with me. Sorry, y'all. I think I was supposed to do something today and I forgot to do what I was supposed to do. My bad. Sorry, I'm gonna do that in a second. But I'd say if you're going to be making your exit from this situation, don't talk about it with him, because he can't be aware. Like the narcissist, so subconsciously, because these things are happening subconsciously, he will sense certain things, and the narcissist, unfortunately, he's going to push you out of the picture anyways, right? And because the narcissist can only see itself, it only has vision for self, right? So don't talk to him about it. Don't talk to anyone that you think is likely to return any information about it. Only people that you trust speak to about the situation. And I say, even when I say trust, I mean, if you feel an inclination as you're about to start speaking about your plans moving forward and you feel resistance in your heart, do not mention anything to that person, because chances are the shadows is going to use that person as an agent to manifest some more chaos for you in that reality that you're manifesting out of at the minute. So be very selective about the people that you choose to speak to about your exit. Exit very strategically, because if you are going to be leaving, he will try and take even more money that you don't have, girl. Okay. He will try and basically berate you and belittle you. He will tear you apart if he knows that you're basically making plans to leave him, because guess what's going to happen? He's going to lose access to his piggy bank, right? Exactly that. He uses everything against me. So you don't even want to actually give anybody, don't speak to anybody about this. Don't speak to anyone about it. Do what you've got to do discreetly. Move in silence and move strategically, because you're on spiritual warfare, my love. Like, you're dealing with your hubby, but you're on spiritual warfare. So you have to navigate, like, these spirits are observing your every move and they have eyes in places that you wouldn't even perceive. So you don't want them to activate any person that is close to you, right? And utilize them as an agent of darkness to basically come at you with the process that you're navigating through. So move strategically, right? If you're going to the lawyers, when you're going to the lawyers, pray about what you're doing, right? Continue to pray about it. Every time you make a move and a decision on this particular situation, pray, because the narcissist spirit is no joke. Okay, real talk. The narcissist spirit is no joke. That's a deep, deep demon. Okay, everyone thinks he's a good person. That's how the narcissist moves. They wear masks. And then they manipulate. A lot of the times, he's probably cloaking himself in your image to actually give people your likeness when they approach him, and they're actually seeing your energy on him. That's how deep the narcissist is. That's how mental it is dealing with a narcissist. They think I'm the bad person. That's exactly what I just, babe, that's how they move. That's how they move, right? Because the narcissist is drawing from your likeness. And just like he has a tendency to manipulate you, he's cloaking himself in your likeness and he's projecting himself at you. So other people are seeing his negativity when they look at you because you are basically reflecting the pain of the trauma that he's causing you by being in the relationship. Don't worry, the truth's coming out. The truth's coming out. God's got to get you out of that space first because he can't have you on the battlefield in the situation with the narcissist whilst he reveals truth. Trust me, the narcissist will annihilate, especially because you're lovely, but you're very timid to some degree. Like your spirit is a very timid spirit. So being in a space with a narcissist for God to reveal truth and really unmask him in that space, that's not even safe for you to be around. So you're navigating through your reconsiderations. Move like everything's normal. Act like everything is as it always has been. Otherwise, any suspect that things are different may cause him to flare up and really, really put you in certain positions where he's totally projected his whole darkness onto you. I'm afraid that he will do something against me, so I don't understand why the card say to show love. No, it said to express love. It said to express love. And even in what I'm saying to you here, I understand why, because I see the levels of the demon that you're working against, right? You have to, because if you show anything outside of that, it can activate. So the narcissist is basically breeded in environments where people feel as though a lot of the times they may play the black sheep or they may play the golden child. These are the two dynamics that basically manifest the narcissist. The black sheep is obviously from the lack dynamic, and the golden child is from obviously the oversharing or the so positive, toxic positivity, basically, golden child, right? Toxic positivity. So depending on which format it took for him to, I guess it's a golden child. I'm hearing the golden child dynamic is actually how he manifested his narcissist, right? So with that kind of dynamic, you have to continue to feed that spirit. Unfortunately, like, it sounds messed up, but it's unfortunate. You have to continue to feed that spirit on your exit out. Otherwise, the way that that spirit could annihilate you, I'm telling you, like, the narcissist can bring you to the point where you actually experience like mental torture, like literally mental torture. They'll project spirits upon spirits upon spirits against you whilst you're on battlefield. He is always changing. One time he likes me, the next minute he wants to go gaslighting me. That's how the narcissist. So this is the thing. A lot of the times when you're feeling like you're safe in the presence of the narcissist, that's how they like to eat their prey. That's how they like to feed off their prey. They like for you to be vulnerable. It's something that gives them a bit of a drive. That's how these demons, that particular demon, work. It likes for the I guess the vessel to be like completely in submission to it, basically, in terms of vulnerability. So it will like love bomb you a lot of the times, and then it's like that the gaslighting starts. So just play the game like you know what game you're playing, and make sure that you play the game better, because you're playing chess, not checkers. Feel me? Because I'm telling you, these narcissist spirits that are manifesting through these like divine masculine, it's very, very unfortunate, but there isn't really much. How can I put it? If that person isn't willing to be conscious of the contracts that they have with these types of spirits, there's nothing that you can do, unfortunately. And if you're continuing to have certain conversations with him and he's constantly being defensive, that lets you know that he's deep into contract with that narcissist, right? I went out with my brother today and he started to make a tantrum about it. He said that I should send my brother away so I am alone with him. I'm disgusted. This is what the narcissist likes. This is what he likes. Did he develop this from the golden child syndrome? Because that's what they're telling me. This actually manifested. I didn't see my brother in. Oh, beautiful. That's what they like to do as well. They like to just alienate you and then just have you all to themselves, because they just want to feed as much as they can, and they don't want nobody else to get access to your energy, because that means less energy for them, less attention for them. Do you see what I'm saying? Less light for them. Hey, Khaled. I is good. I is good. How are you doing? He is the most loved child, my person. See, this is what I'm saying. This is why sometimes you can't do the actual like overly stroking. This is what I'm saying with children with the golden child syndrome. People don't understand a lot of the times that this also manifests as a narcissist. It feeds the spirit of narcissism, unfortunately. Everyone treats him like gold. Yeah, I thought he got it from the golden child syndrome, unfortunately. So it develops as narcissism in his adult life. What I'd say, beautiful, just strategize, get yourself out there, play the game as best as you can as far as like expressing love. Keep an open mind in the sense of what it is that you're doing with the situation and keep focus on it. This is why I asked you where your tolerance is on the situation, right? Free yourself with this situation. They're saying you don't necessarily have to give it another chance because that's not where you're at. Your tolerance ain't necessarily there. And he, unfortunately, my love, because this was manifested from the golden child syndrome, I don't even know if he has the capacity for change. When the narcissist is manifested from the black sheep child syndrome, they have the slightest inkling. It's a very small degree. It's literally like between 7 to 12% degree of perspective that they can actually change when it manifests from the black sheep syndrome. But when it comes from the golden child syndrome, we're looking at 5%, and that's the max. Like 5% probability of them actually being able to change when it comes to those types of dynamics. So again, people, listen, if you guys have any kids out here, be mindful in terms of how you're rearing them, how you're growing them, how you are spoiling them. Okay, there's this saying, spare the rod, spoil the child. Listen, spare the rod sometimes, and the rod doesn't even have to be like actual, like, because I don't like abuse. Okay, I don't like when parents like to hit their children either, because that basically just puts them in position for other types of spirits, unfortunately, right? But there's a way to teach your children how to navigate through life respectfully, by respecting themselves and learning how to respect others. Because I'm telling you, some of these spirits, once these people get into contracts with these spirits, they're lost. Their soul is lost. And a lot of the times it's parents that actually sells their children's soul because they're unaware themselves, right? Like, I literally, there's so many people that I tell so many, this is where you sold your child's soul, unfortunately. When you made this decision, you sold the child's soul to this spirit. And unfortunately, because it wasn't a sale that the child made, the child can't get their soul back. It doesn't work like that. He wasn't the one that sold it, or she wasn't the one that sold it. So you, as the parents, and I'm putting this out there, you guys have a great, so basically until the child is 7, every decision you make for them, you are karmically responsible for. After 7, they're responsible for those decisions themselves. But during that process, a lot of the times they gain a lot of contracts with a lot of low vibrating spirits, depending on how they're parented, right? So just be mindful, people. Amina says, see, so don't worry, Ash 13, I'm coming to you, girl, but this is a serious topic of conversation because we are navigating through these sicknesses within, I'm going to say particularly within divine masculine, and I have to say particularly within divine masculine because divine feminine also has a lot of narcissistic traits. Okay, we get lit up for those. So I'm not taking anything away from our own sicknesses that we're navigating through as the feminines within this collective as well. But because divine masculines have been struggling with emotional intellect, the narcissist spirit is one of the biggest. Like, it has so many souls in captivity, you guys wouldn't even understand. Going into the other side, like when you, it's like you go through like these different realms basically, and you see the different demons and you see their captures, right? You see their captures. It's like how the suicide demon, every time people are going through ego deaths, he likes to come and start to whisper and say negative things and attach itself to their depression and tell them to take themselves out. Like, they're collecting souls, family. They are collecting souls, like, no joke. Another thing, our words are very powerful. Like, we're literally out here on spiritual warfare, manifesting, just like how I was just saying that the tempo on 2023 has picked up. Manifesting is happening very quickly, so we have to make sure that our speaking is like elevated to the highest of vibrations, because these little demons are using our words as portals to manifest through, and they are literally They are messing people up psychologically. First, they cloak themselves with the spirit of confusion, and then they move. The whole cluster of them. So what I'm going to say to you, Amina, he is, well, there's nothing that you can do. He's got a 5% chance at change, basically. This is the reality that you're navigating through, and he has to really, really want to change and be willing to change with that small degree of probability on his, like, in his favor. Right? The odds are 95%. He's got a 5% favor in the dynamics of that situation. So you saying that you want to get out, I get it. I understand. And later says that he didn't do anything. Yep. And he believes that he didn't do anything. Why? Because he can't see himself through his actual, like, lenses of his behavior. That's just how the narcissist moves. Like I said, it first moves with the spirit of confusion. So the spirit of confusion comes, cloaks the actual human mind, and then the narcissist starts to move. And then he brings in other demons as well, because he's one of the bigger demons out there as well. He'll, like, bring in other spirits as well to start moving and stuff like that. So just be mindful. Don't tell anyone your movements. Move in silence. Get yourself out and look ahead. What I will say to you, again, do not put yourself, because if you're navigating through a process where you're letting go of your narcissist, you're going to need some time to heal before you get into another relationship, because you might find yourself with another narcissist. Do you understand? So take yourself some real good time to heal, okay, before is that like black magic, this evil spirit? Do you know what? It's not necessarily, it's just, unfortunately, this is the way that things manifest sometimes. When people aren't necessarily aware of what spirits they're getting into contracts with. When I say that, I mean, like, people will, like I just explained, like people spoiling their children. They don't realize that they're feeding their children to narcissistic spirits by doing that, right? Because now the child they don't understand the word no. So whenever you tell them no, they have a tantrum. They don't know how to basically have anybody else co-create with them. All they know is themselves. They don't know how to basically open themselves or expand their heart to anybody else but themselves. Like, these are little things that happens when we feed these little spirits. They come as little baby demons, okay? But they manifest as actual real adult demons. And that's the shit that gets tricky to manifest and move through. Can a narcissist even love? Like, his love is like a fantasy. Okay, so the narcissist, it's not necessarily love that they have. A lot of the times they have infatuation. It's not love that they have. They have infatuation, and the infatuation is about this prey that they're about to devour because it's a meal for them. Do you understand? So it's not even necessarily like, it feels and looks like love a lot. This is why they love bomb with all the words and all that kind of stuff. But really, it's actually infatuation. They're infatuated with an idea of, like, who you can potentially be as their prey, basically. So that is what he has with me right now. Hell yeah, girl. That part. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Play the prey as good as you can for now and get your ass out, because he doesn't seem like I'm not going to say want to change. I don't think he has a capacity to change just yet. Sometimes the narcissist, when it starts to get into awareness of itself, it can love a person enough to actually, that's why I said the 5% is there. It's a very small probability though, right? But they have to love someone enough with that 5% that they have of change for it to manifest. So I'm going to put some prayers out there for you, girl, because I know that we're all manifesting and navigating through the process when it comes to these narcissists. But you got this. You're seeing certain things, you're sensing certain things, you're identifying certain things for yourself. Just as you move with the process, just move like you're literally on a spiritual battlefield, because that's the reality. That's what you're navigating through. And it's actually causing a lot of psychological. This is why I said to you, take some time after the relationship, because you've got a lot of psychological trauma after this. Trust me, right? To the point where if you were to get into something with somebody else, mentally, you'll still be vibrating at the same frequency of your trauma. Do you understand? So take some time after you exit from this situation, before you even engage with anyone. And when you do, observe their patterns. And when you see their patterns, be mindful of what spirit you're moving into contracts with, right? He wanted his, money and papers and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, cool. You've got it. Now bye. Okay. I've served my purpose. I'm going to let you go and live your best narcissistic life. Find another prey. I'm going to go left and do my thing. Okay. It's fine, beautiful. You can think straight. It's just going to be a challenge for you to think straight because he's projected so deeply over you. Take some time, start really going into meditation so you can find your voice beneath the lens of all of the projections that he's projected at you about who you are, who you should be, all of his selfish projections, all the negativity that he's projected at you. Meditate so that you can me dictate and find your voice at the very back of all of that. Not intentionally. I'm going to say this, not intentionally. The narcissist within him did, yes, because that's what's manifesting right now. But at some point, there was a part of him that wanted the experience of marriage. It's just that I don't think you guys' perspective of marriage actually aligned. Okay, take some time and meditate so that you can find your voice again, so that you can move through all of those projections. Okay, my love? I'm going to move into... I don't even remember Ash's question, but I hope that was useful for you because this is serious battlefield that we're out here, guys. This is no joke. I'm being so serious. These demons are not playing. And like I said, because the divine masculine hasn't necessarily had the luxury of moving through things emotionally, this is why it moves subconsciously for them. A lot of the times in the way that it does. Okay, so we do have to give them some grace. The God said that to me a few times. We have to give them some grace. They haven't necessarily gone through life in the same way that the divine feminines have gone through life. So I get it. We just kind of have to let them, I guess, put some prayer, I guess, over their collective experience because they're trying to optimize for the most part, but it's a challenge. It's a real challenge because they can't see themselves. Sean. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading Ash's question. Ash, I'm coming back to your question. Okay. Are you still in the room, Ash? Let me know if you're still in the room. I'm gonna go ahead and put that out. So your question is, Sean, Mr. Leo, has been acting cold towards me after the situation with the girl who was flirting with him in front of me. He blocked me on WhatsApp last week. However, I noticed he unblocked me recently. Shocker. My question is, why did he block me? And what is his next move? Okay. Let's see. Firstly, we'll kind of see why did he block her in the first place. What do you guys see happening with that situation? What was the need for blocking? Because they weren't even there like that. Right? All right, I'm going to pin the list as well. Thank you, Amina. Thank you. The guys already spoke to me about you probably a couple of weeks ago when I said what was going to be happening when I come back into the space, because I'm going to have to try and optimize. So I'm glad you stopped into the space and we were able to speak today. They specifically told me the name Amina. I just didn't know that you were the vessel that was going to be showing up, my love. So don't worry. God's watching over you and he's got angels looking out for you as well, because I knew that you were due to come. I just didn't know when. Okay. Right. So I've got the list pinned. Let's dive into it. Right. So Ash wants to know. Hold on, let me go back to the question as well. Ash wants to know, why did Sean block her in the first place? Because it really wasn't like that. Why did he block her in the first place? As clearly as you can, please, guys. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, please clarify. What does this mean? Tell me now. What do you mean? Put it into context for me. Okay. I thought so. I just wanted you guys to clarify for me, right? Just so that we know. Okay, so what's his next move? You wanted to know that as well. So let's unpack this. So what do you guys see him doing next moving forward? Like, what's the next step for him? Okay. Oh, okay. There's a whole thing going on here. Okay. 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 So what I'm seeing with the situation, Ash, let me just scroll back down here. So what I'm seeing with the situation, right, is as far as like why he blocked you, I think he felt like he was basically just trying to prioritize things and he was figuring out how to juggle things with the situation. I think he may have low-key got a little bit shook. I don't know if he felt like you were basically going to be you were going to have anything to say basically about the situation, right? I think he probably was a little bit scared about maybe you having to speak up or feeling like you were going to sort of say anything about the situation. Did you make contact or did you guys speak after that situation or did he just automatically block you? Answer me that question there. I think when he made the decision to block you as well, right? It's almost like he was kind of he was actually low key. I don't want to say engaging with someone else at the time, but I think he was kind of like talking something else up at the time as well, chatting someone else up a little bit, right? Actually, I did ask him in a hypothetical question. What did you ask him about the situation? Sorry, I'm like waiting for the feedback, y'all. Yeah, what I'm seeing is that when he actually did the little blocking situation at first, it was like there was a little bit of fear about actually, okay, facing that dynamic of a conversation. What would you actually do in the situation of this? Um, hmm. Do you know if he's seeing anyone at the minute, Ash? My question to you. I said if I can ask him a question. I have a friend and I noticed he has been acting cold. Okay. Then he blocked me. This is what I'm talking about, girl. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So my question is, why did you block me? He was in shock. Yes. He was in shock and he was also shooketh. Okay? That shooketh the like ground beneath his feet. Okay? He was not ready for it. Ash is going, my love. Cupcakes. Well, we're dealing with Ash's question. We literally just got into the free list an hour into the game. So I think he was like, well, you aren't the only one who got blocked. ah, yeah, I take that. I take that because this is why I was asking if he was seeing someone else as well, right? Because it seems like he was navigating through a little bit of indecision at the time when he made certain it was just like a spur of the moment irritation, I guess, and he just kind of like went through the process of doing all of that good stuff, the blocking, and then he changed his statement and said a guy took his phone and blocked me on it. Lies. Nobody took his phone and blocked you. Nobody took his phone and blocked you. There was also someone else in the mix of this situation. He was navigating through a little bit of chaos in here, thinking about the variables, weighing up yourself against the other situation with the other person. Both people were blocked. I want to say at least 3 people, because I think that there was this one random in the mix of the situation as well, where there wasn't really any kind of feelings, but there was an attraction there. There was yourself and the other. That was like the 2 main, I guess, candidates or primate for the situation. Once he was able to sort some of those situations out, address his actual feelings on certain things, he was then able to come back into the situation so that he can put on the face that he was wearing before all of you actually asking the hypothetical question and actually trying to clarify, yo, why did you block me? Right? So that's what really had happened in the situation for the most part. Okay. The other person, I wouldn't say that they were like together, but I think it's one of those things where they were getting to know each other as well. Exactly. Hence the reason he unblocked you, because it's almost as if once he actually, okay, the one that there was an attraction to, that completely went out the window, because it's like, yeah, it's a little bit of an airhead experience. I don't think that we would actually like mesh too well. But plot twist, I deleted his contact. That part, Ash. Plot twist indeed. Okay? So it looked like he got blocked. That part, okay? That part, girl. Okay, because I'm telling you, like all of these little, you know, this little like pussyfooting around everything and these eggshells and everything like that. Look, the other person got thrown out because the attraction wasn't necessarily enough. There wasn't enough chemistry. It's like airhead experience, right? And then the other person, it's almost like there's still I'm going to say this to you, there's still a comparison going on between yourself and this one potential other, right? So those are some of the things that were basically going on in that space. But kudos to you, girl. Okay. Play the game, because a lot of the times this is what happens to men a lot of the times in the situations with the divine masculine, and then navigating through this. I'm speaking to so many divine feminines who are literally playing the divine masculine at their own games at the minute, because they're literally operating at the same frequency that they're operating at. Basically, that's what they're doing to them. They're operating at the same frequency that the divine masculine is operating at. They don't necessarily know how to take it, because they're used to basically being the low vibrating vessel in the space to some degree, right? Now you're good. You good, girl. You are good. Okay, his loss. His loss. If he's still out here trying to weigh things up when he already looked and said, look, this one's an airhead. I can't even really like have like actual conversation and hold a conversation with this one. Like, he already knows what he's getting. So at the end of the day, his loss, if he wants to make that decision to lose the prize, that's on him. He is, I'm going to put this across, he is obviously going to, because you asked what's his next move moving forward, he is going to be releasing himself of the shackles, I guess, of some of the I guess these others, okay, the A another and B another. He's releasing himself of some of these shackles, and then he wants to come and present the whole romance aspect to you all over again. And when I say the whole romance aspect to you all over again, it's a slow creeper. I'm going to say that, because he's going to present it as friendship initially, because there's some sense of attachment there, right? And then it's like, oh, we can heal. We can work through the issues. We can do this. We can do that, right? But he got to change his ways, man, because his ways was the things that caused him to lose you in the first place, because your guides ain't playing. Your guides are not playing. It's like, this is what she says she wants. This is what she needs. If you can't do it, back up. Stay out the picture, you know? Exactly. Yeah, because he knows I know things. That part, girl. That part. Okay. But kudos to you. Play the game as best as you can for the most part right now. Right? Exactly that. And keep your antennas and your receptors up. Okay, because some of these like spirits out here, full on deception. Okay, and they will look you in your eyes and lie. Okay. They will look into your soul and tell the lie. Okay? I'm telling you, some of these spirits, they're not joking. Seriously. It's funny. I laugh about it, but it's not funny really. But it is low key a little bit funny because sometimes when I see these spirits of deception, like literally out here, like literally looking you in your eyes and telling the lie, you have to laugh because you're like, are you serious? You're really doing that? Like, you got no shame. No shame whatsoever. I do play the game until I get bored, then I will really block him. That part, right? That part they don't get. That part they don't get. It's like you will actually get control or delete from my reality. Push my demon too far, innit? Push her too far and see if you actually get any sort of entrance back into the scenes of this little reality that I've got going on here. I actually did get a dream. He was talking to other women. He is talking to other women. He's still talking to another woman. He just the other one, there was just an attraction. She was out of the mix because she couldn't hold a conversation. The other one, he's still trying to suss if he could basically, for lack of a better way of putting it, if he can mind fuck her enough for her to basically become the image that he has of what he wants, basically. Okay? So, do you play the game? Man said his phone got robbed and they blocked you. Why they blocked you? What, they didn't want you to call the phone? What was you gonna do if you called the phone? Hey, people are funny, you know. People are actually funny. They are actually funny. Why I laugh at the little deceptive demons is because sometimes their lies don't even make sense. That's why I laugh, right? Because they're lying and the lie don't even make sense. It's like, this is an obvious lie. Do you understand? At least like think of a lie that makes sense. Feel me? But yeah, that part, right? That part. Who we got next on the list? I hope that was useful for you, my love. Let us know what happens when he tries to come and, have talks of friendship and then try and see if he can start to talk about healing what you guys had and all of that good stuff. Because even whilst he's going to be trying to do all of that, he's really just kind of like trying to see if he can basically update the other woman to a lot of your qualities that he sees in you that he likes. How about that? So sick, innit? How about you just actually become who you need to be to manifest the woman that you're trying to teach another woman how to be? It's so sick. It's so sick. But anyways, each to their own. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Who have we got next on the list? We have Samantha. Are you still in the building, Sam? Because we've been going for quite some time already. I'm waiting around for a spot in case someone isn't here. Yes, Ariana. That's what's up, girl. That's what's up. Thank you. If everybody is here, it's fine. Do you know what? It seems like there may not be everyone here as it is. So you never know. Good for you, girl. Okay. Who have we got? What have we got for you, Samantha? Are you still in the building? If you are, let's put some stuff out there and see if we can unpack it for you. I don't know if Sam's actually here. That's the thing. She was. I saw her a while ago, but it was quite some time ago that I saw her in the chat. She was probably here like initially. Yeah, initially I saw her. Who do we have in the room? Let's start there, actually. Who's in the room, guys? Can we get a like, hey, in the chat? A little wave, a little something. A little something. Oh, Mina, I see that you deleted Khaled's message. What did he say? Um, what did he say? Means cause astrology knows what will happen future. The unseen is only known by God alone. It saddens me that I see people living through astrology and the occult. Good luck. Good luck to you as well, Khaled. Don't worry about it. Like, we're gonna have a conversation about this as well, guys, right? Because people who pretend to know the face of God, and I have to say pretend to know the face of God because they only know one face of God, which is the face of God that they serve. They don't necessarily know the face, because I can serve God on other faces as well. Like if he wants to serve on a different level, I can serve on a different level, as far as like, this is why I practice the other religions as well, basically, right? To some degree. But we're definitely going to have a conversation about this. Definitely going to have a conversation about this. Occult means hidden information. It doesn't mean anything beyond that. It just means hidden. It's literally secretive, basically, is what that means. So I don't know what they're talking about. Literally, there's so many times, and I even want to put this across, this stuff started to manifest after going to church and actually having hands be laid on me. This is why when people talk about this stuff and they act like they're moving through God and God is telling them to come and speak, it baffles me, because I'm like, I don't know which God or which face of God you are serving. But if you understand the universal laws and you understand God created the heavens and the earth, right? You understand that the astrology, honestly, guys, we need to know astrology in order to be able to navigate through a lot of these spiritual warfares. Why? Because when there are certain astrological transits, there are certain demonic spirits that are released. That's just the real. That's just the real. Like when I try to like do all of this stuff without astrology being involved, I had to go back and learn. Basically, I had to get schooled. That was a part of my training, because I needed to know when God was going to be releasing certain spirits, so that I could be aware of how those spirits are basically serving in his grand plan. And this is another thing that people get confused as well, as far as like, oh, the devil, the devil, the devil. Listen, the devil is on a very short leash with God. When sometimes, so I remember when I was navigating through a generational demon around about 13, 14, right? And I made an oath with God about having children, right? And I said to him, I didn't want for my children to basically be subjected to the demons that I could see that was running rampant in my family. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna sell my children's soul to all of these demons that I can feel them activating in my flesh, right? And when I made that decision, I made that covenant and that oath with God, he sent a demon to actually shut down my womb. Okay? He sent a demon to shut down my womb, because that was the process that needed to happen. And these low vibrating spirits, they serve a purpose. They are the necessary evil, unfortunately, right? For certain processes of evolution. I didn't know when I shut down, when I was shut down at 13, 14, as far as my womb and the way that things manifested. I didn't know that it was going to take me a couple of years to work through them, like generational, that those lineage demons. I'm still, even when I went to Jamaica, like I said to you guys, I went down there to finish up an assignment and I came back with a 2 to 5 year. Like I came back with a 2-year assignment, a 5-year class. Okay. Like all of this stuff is all interconnected. There's no one or the other or more than the other. Like this is how things move. But when you have a one-dimensional relationship with God, sometimes God isn't even actually able to show you his many faces as well. Do you understand? I have to put that across, because it's like when I got to certain points in my training, right? Yes, please, beautiful. Definitely make the list again, Mina, because I don't know who's here. When I started to go through my training on certain things with God, it's almost like every time I got to a place where none of my religion basically had any room for me to fit it into my religion. And I said to God, it was like, I remember it was so funny, because as I was like going through my training, it was like I was stepping outside of the boundary of my religion. And I was like, God, I don't know if this doesn't fit within this box, or this is how I actually expanded into all of the other different faiths as well. This is how he taught me. Like every time we got to a place where one religion didn't necessarily have a perspective to serve, he took me to another religion and we were able to experience each other on another level each and every single time. Do you understand? So I'm going to definitely have like some proper chats about this. because I see that there's a misperception, and the knowingness of God and the perception of God is being humanized. It's almost like God has been depicted to this humanized format. And I'm not going to say I don't understand it, because I have myself been there as well. But I know now that I can't have a relationship with God in his fullness like that. Oh, Pearl's here. Pearl's here. Thank you, Pearl. Thank you. Pearl's like, I'm here. Yeah, thank you, beautiful. Yes, Pearl, you post your question, because I think you were probably after Samantha, weren't you? You were after Sam. Let's see. Yeah, it was you after Sam. Yes, Paul. Can we get your question, please, my love? It's a good thing that you are here. There's so much going on, guys. So much. Let me see what you guys were sort of getting up to in the chat as well, whilst I was just there going off on a tangent. Thank you, Khalid, though. I'm going to make a list, because I'm making a list of all the things that I need to really sort of speak about. Because this year, God's letting me know that we're actually ready to have those conversations. No one on the list except for Mina here. Lol. Ariana. Pearl. Smeradina's here. That's what's up. Okay. What's your Pearl's typing her question. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. I was just gonna say, what's your question, Pearl? I saw Scott for the first time the other day when I went in to return my work shirt. He was friendly. How is he feeling after seeing me? Let's dive into it. Okay. How's Scott feeling after seeing? Firstly, he's making future plans, and they're just like, that's his focus at the minute. He's kind of like planning on how to navigate through things. How can I put it? There was no further eruption from your leaving, is there? Like the whole situation as far as, I really hate my bar job and want my pharmacy job back. My move to Sydney has fallen through. Oh, let's have a little look. Let's have a little look for Pearl. Oh, there we go. We have jumpers. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. Not since we last spoke. No communication for weeks. Yeah, because I think he's still contemplating. I think there's still some like sulking, a little bit, just a little bit of sulking. It's not as big as it was when we spoke, when me and you spoke last time. He's not necessarily all the way in that place anymore. I think the load has kind of like lightened a little bit in terms of that context. What do you guys see as far as the pharmacy job? What do you guys see as far as the pharmacy job? And how that's going to be playing out for Pearl? Let me know as clearly as you can, please. Oh, Pearl, did you get shy? Did you get shy because you weren't expecting it? Oh. No. I'm gonna wait for you to sort of like respond. In terms of the pharmacy job, they're showing me that there's still some repressed emotions there. This is why I said to you, he's not like sulking internally as much as he perhaps was when we spoke last. He's got into a better place with it. Yeah. I think with the situation, obviously, let's see, how's because they're showing me that with the pharmacy situation, it's likely going to just end up to be like repressed feelings on the situation, and not necessarily actually even being able to kind of like completely discuss the situation entirely. And it's like creative block. There's a creative block as far as you being able to sort of like move back into that space, right? What about the move? Let's talk about that then, guys. What do you guys see as far as the move? Okay, thank you. Okay. Interesting. They're saying to me, as far as the move with the situation, it's a case of a lot of undelivered promises. Who's the person that's basically like making promises that they can't necessarily keep, that's causing the stagnation with the move? What's going on with that? Sorry, I'm waiting for Pearl to kind of like let me know what's going on there, because they're showing me with the situation, it's almost like there's a lot of like scattered energy, and it's almost like there's undelivered promises because of that scattered energy. Well, the friend I was going to move out with found her own studio. Okay, that's the friend. That's the undelivered promise. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay. What do you guys advise Pearl to do? Because you guys see how quick these timelines are shifting. So what do you guys advise Pearl to do with everything she's kind of navigating through? Okay. 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 And another friend wanted me to cat sit for her, but I think she's flaking. Okay. 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 So this is where you're dealing with undelivered promises. Okay. Okay. Let's see. No, what do you guys mean by this? Clarify this for me. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Beautiful. And this may not even actually, I'm not going to say this may not even be what you want to hear. What I'm going to say to you is your vibration, you're vibrating a little bit low, my love. You're vibrating a little bit low. It's causing some stagnation with the move situation. That's what I was asking them to clarify. So they're saying to me that you low-key actually don't want to move. Low key. What they're saying to me is that all of you isn't necessarily prepared for that move. All of you hasn't made that decision just yet. A large chunk of you has made that decision, but all of you hasn't made that decision yet. Probably because of the situation with the pharmacy job, right? I just miss Scott and the pharmacy and want that job back. This is what I'm saying. This is what they're saying. This is why it's not manifest. This is why it's not manifesting. This is why you're not going anywhere. Apparently, the bully retail manager is on another long leave due to health issues. I think she'll be forced to retire soon. Oh, KT is here as well. Yeah, I'm considering other things like staying here to save money to go overseas. Yeah, yeah. So what I'm going to say to you on the moving to the city thing, that timeline is no longer optimized. That timeline is no longer optimized. Again, this situation that you're navigating through is going to lead you to the right decisions as far as like spirit being able to move through you. Dead the Sydney situation, I don't think. Okay, what do you guys see happening with the pharmacy job? Do you see that manifesting itself again? Because you guys showed me like that's just going to end in sort of blocked emotions, not necessarily anything promising. No. I'm going to say this to you, beautiful. The pharmacy situation has well and truly been put to bed. It's been put to rest, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Right? from what they're showing me with the situation, that's just going to be like ending in or resulting in some blocked emotions, not necessarily like having worked through things, right? I'm going to enroll in some online study. I want to study arts admin and health admin. There you go. There you go. I would say with the situation that you're navigating through, so what they were saying to me as far as like the job, that job per se, they're saying that the circumstances that you're in at the minute is trying to push you into the right direction. I feel like the online study would position you to basically do what you want to do elsewhere, as far as like the pharmacy situation. Obviously, and when I say elsewhere, obviously you may not have to do it at that particular pharmacy. You may kind of like move maybe a town or two down and get like a job where you can commute back and forth. So it may not be directly in town. But with you being able to kind of like work on your little studying situation, just as spirit has given it to you, that this is probably the best project for you to kind of like enroll into now. Do you think Scott will ever reach out on a personal level? I miss him. Honestly, beautiful. No, I'm going to pull some cards on that for you just so that you can get the wording yourself. But the reason why I say that is not that he won't ever reach out, but I think his reaching out may not necessarily be a case of him reaching out firstly. It would be, if anything, him responding to something that you have basically said or highlighted or what have you. Oh, crap. I forgot to actually do that. Okay, I'm going to send that over. Sorry. I'm like working through some stuff as far as like, when you come home and you've got a bunch of stuff to do. It's a whole bunch. So I'm navigating through all my appointments that I need to do. I got to do that. But what I'll say to you, Pearl, let's see. Do you see Scott reaching out to Pearl? Okay. I said no because me holding up the separation card, you're probably thinking, what does that mean, girl? It does mean that you guys are going to stay separated in the context for all intents and purposes. Like I said, I don't think it's a conversation of him actually basically reaching out to you as far as like communication like that. If he bumps into you randomly, he would potentially have a conversation, but I don't think as far as like communication like that, like he would actually sort of like reach out to you first per se. I think if you, I guess, made any sort of attempt to make communication, he wouldn't block you or blank you. But as far as him making communication first, I don't see that happening in that context. No. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of masks being worn in the situation. I think what you're looking to do, how come the Sydney timeline closed if it was meant for me? Like I said, all of you wasn't actually committed to that decision. Your desire to basically back in your current place is what caused the stagnation of that timeline, unfortunately. That's why I said to you, because all of you didn't commit to that decision. So the pieces of you that still wanted to be back in where you are manifested. It was stronger than the piece of you that wanted to actually be in Sydney and manifest that timeline. So that emotion, that attachment, so I could get back on that time. You can get back on that timeline. You can get back on that timeline, but that would actually require for you to release some of your attachments to your current situation. And you can potentially get back onto that timeline. And there would probably be new opportunities that present itself to you. But again, it requires you to be able to completely commit to that decision. You have to be willing to, like when in the Bible, when it spoke about when Moses got everyone, not Moses, when Noah got everyone on the ark, and it was said like, you don't look back at the land of Sodom and Gomorrah, because you're going to basically turn into stone. Don't look back, girl. Look ahead and don't look back. Okay, because you get fixed there. The part of yourself that still has that attachment there, unfortunately, that emotion was stronger than your enthusiasm for your future in Sydney. So you kind of have to balance the scales a little bit. So if you are willing to sort of like let that go, I think the online study thing's a good thing for you. I do think that that could potentially open a lot more doors for yourself as well. What I would say is when you kind of like release the attachments to your current location, you want to also really put into your mind and paint the picture of what you're manifesting in Sydney as well. And then you can't paint the picture on what it is that you're manifesting in Sydney, talking about what it is that you're like leaving behind there, because again, that's going to keep activating those attachments that you're leaving behind. And because those attachments are stronger, you don't have any attachments over in Sydney just yet. Not like that. Do you understand? Not like that in terms of like everything's already sort of like organized, and it's still a ongoing process as far as you being able to ground everything that you're manifesting over onto that timeline over in Sydney. So let go of the attachments over here in your current town. And as you're moving forward, set up that version of you and what she does, what she looks like in Sydney. Why was Scott being friendly? I thought he would ignore me when I returned my shirt. Do you know what? He's not as sensitive as he was initially with the situation. He was being friendly because at the end of the situation as well, he felt like you did get done wrong. It's unfortunate that you didn't have the capacity to kind of like maintain any more of the like, I guess, the mental torment and the abuse that was coming along with it. So he still had his sympathy, I guess, for you, which is why he spoke. I think he was more so angry initially, that he was basically being caught in the crossfire of a war that he didn't know was ensuing, for him to be a part of the collateral damage to the process of that situation. That's what you were dealing with him initially. Right now, you're dealing with somebody that's processed it a little bit better. He's gotten back to that place of having some sympathy for you, and when it comes to the situation, and as much as he cares that you are doing okay, yeah, he knows that you were done wrong. He knew that you were done wrong before. I think he was just pissed off because obviously he now became collateral damage to the process, and he felt like it had nothing to do with him, but he had a responsibility that he also needed to be accountable for, unfortunately, and the universe needed to highlight that as well. Okay. But he knows that you were treated misfairly. Yeah, you were treated misfairly, and I think he has taken acknowledgement of that. A lot of his anger has subsided to the point where now he can get back to that place of sympathy. Okay. But what I'd say, focus on the studies. If you want to get back on the Sydney timeline, you have to release the attachments. I think that Scott is one of the biggest attachments that you have in the current circumstances that you're navigating through in the town. So you kind of have to figure out where you are emotionally with that situation so that you can make a clear decision on where you are going or where you're staying. It's up to you. Okay, that part. So just be mindful with the process of it all. That part. All three of those bully women are going to retire soon. He shouldn't have taken their side. I don't think it's a situation where he was wanting to take sides. I think it was just a situation where he just wanted to basically keep the peace, and he felt like you were a little bit more understanding if he was to basically like, just, I guess, stroke their egos a little bit. He felt like he would probably be more understanding than they would be if he navigated the situation like that. Okay. But it wasn't personal for the most part, I want to say. For the most part, it wasn't personal. Right. I hope that was useful for you, though, beautiful. Make a clear decision on what you're doing moving forward as well. You'd be surprised to see how quick the Sydney timeline opens up. if you are able to make your necessary detachments. I'm thinking of reaching out to him to ask for reference. Yes. Yeah. How will he react? He'll be fine. He will actually be fine to give you a reference because obviously it's needed. But yeah, he'll be okay to do the reference for you. That's hold on, let me, yeah, okay. He'll be okay to do that for you. That's a problem. That's why I'm saying if you want to actually manifest that Sydney timeline, yeah, if you want to manifest that Sydney timeline, you potentially will need to kind of let go of some of the attachments where you can position yourself to be a little bit better, because you're phasing out of this town situation. You're phasing out of what used to serve you, and it's not serving you in the same capacity anymore. The dynamic as well, with the ladies and Scott, obviously that was just there as well to basically show you what your tolerance levels are like and where you're at in terms of your tolerance and what you will and will not stand for as far as where you are right now. So take notes of where your tolerance and your capacity is at the minute, and as you're moving forward, just make decisions accordingly. Not necessarily to avoid those situations, because you'll just end up finding yourself right back in there. So you don't think he'll be rude like before? No. I think now he's kind of he has let go of some of his anger towards you. He's let go of some of his anger towards you. He's not all the way there. I'm not going to lie and say that he doesn't still resent that he had to navigate through the situation. But for the most part, he's let go of some of his anger towards you because he's processed it all now. So now he realizes that obviously for you felt like you had no choice as well. Those are some of the things that he's now taking into consideration. Before, when you were speaking to him, everything was still very heated. It was still very heightened. So his ego was still on 10. You see what I'm saying? Now he's probably down at like maybe a 5 or a 4. You know, he's like simmering. He's not as boiling as he was before. That part. Okay. Right. Beautiful, Mina. Hit me with it. What you got for? I hope that was useful for you, though, pal, because I know that there's like so many factors to the situation. Definitely do the studies just to sort of like wrap things up. Let go of the attachments. If you're like really looking forward to like some of those Sydney timelines manifesting, so that you can stop stagnating all of those probabilities. And then potentially, like with you doing the online study, you could actually get yourself positioned in a better work circumstances in terms of hours, and actually still do the online study thing to potentially put you in a better position even further in the future. Okay. And you can get back into the pharmacy stuff as well later on, like actually being able to sort of like do it to the point where no one can take the piss out of you and tell you that you can't get a certain position or do anything that you feel that you've earned the right to do. Do you see what I'm saying? So do your thing. What are thoughts or feelings of Yasir towards me? Thank you for your precious time and energy, love. Don't worry, my love. I got you. Oh, water. Yes. So let's go. What are Yasir's thoughts towards me now? Let's start there and let's dive into it. Yasir's thoughts toward. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And what are his feelings towards Mina? What are his feelings towards Mina? As clearly as you can, please. Okay. Clarify this for me. put it into context. Okay. Clarify as clearly as you can, please. Yep. Okay, thought so. Right. So beautiful, Mina. What I'm seeing with the situation with Yasir, he feels like he's navigating through like this whole process, like where he's at right now. This is a big test for him. This is a big test as far as his faith in the relationship, his faith in yourself, his faith in maybe how things will manifest moving forward. Like he's really pondering on a lot of, can you guys really do it? Right? That's like his thought process at the minute. And he's questioning whether or not the relationship will be able to survive some of oh, maybe next time, Sam. You did miss your spot, unfortunately. I don't know if you want to, do we have, we'd have to sort of like pop you back on the list, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry that your baby's unwell. I'll put a prayer out there. Sending some healing energy to you guys. Okay? Oh, sorry, Sam. So Mina, his thought process on the situation is really sort of like pondering how you guys are really going to be able to sort of like, I guess, ground and come back. I'm not gonna lie, in terms of his feelings, he's navigating through some indecision because this right here now is like because he's navigating through a test of faith with the situation. It's almost like the indecision that he has is prohibiting him from making certain actions. Do you see what I'm saying? What's the communication like between you guys at the minute with you and Yasir? Talk to me about that, Mina. Yeah. So this is the thing in terms of the dynamics that he's navigating through. He feels like you guys have overcome quite a bit. Samantha, right? That part. It's not nice when little ones are like navigating through like fevers and their optimizing process. It's not nice. Even as an adult, it's not great. So imagine when those little bodies have to navigate through it. What I'm seeing with the situation, right, is that hey Chaylee, how you doing, girl? Um my birthday was funny. Okay, it was funny. I'll get back round to that one. My birthday was interesting. We actually went out for drinks. We booked the table for 8 and didn't get there till 10, and then there was like a water issue, and then we just had like one drink, and then we just took photos, basically. Oh, I miss you guys. I missed you guys. How is everything? Oh, Sam. Yay. If you want to get added back to the list, Sam, and you want to stick around again, I guess you can do because the list is still pretty small. I don't think we've kind of like met the cap. I think you were the one that what's it called? Ariona got, I guess, a slot that was initially yours, right? Because Smaradina and Pearl and everything is still here, but we'll see how the list goes later. Thank you, Mina. That's my girl. Let me unpin this list and then get the new one going. Let me get the new one going. There we go. That's the new list. Done. Smaradina's in the building. Yes, we love that because Mina's reading. So this is what I'm seeing with the situation. The indecision is basically to kind of like accept that, things haven't necessarily been perfect. I was wondering if I could donate for a second question after the free list. It's up to you, beautiful. You're good. You're good. Literally, I slept. I took my nap today because I was like, damn, I do not have the energy. So I've got some energy before you guys, I guess, coming into the space. But yeah, he's kind of like navigating through, like, he's got a little bit of fear. I'm not going to lie, Mina. He's got a little bit of fear that he's navigating through subconsciously, that he's navigating through in terms of like how much the relationship has been, I guess I want to say tested, because right now he's feeling like he's literally willing to go to battle for the relationship, right? That's kind of like where he's at right now. And he's really hoping that things can actually I don't want to say get back to the way that they just used to be, but get even better than just the way that they used to be. I think he's not necessarily, I think before, I want to say this, I feel like before, I'm not going to say he wasn't putting in as much effort, because I think that there were circumstances that prohibited certain effort that could be put in, right? But I think now he's putting in that extra effort and then some. His feelings on the situation is that there are romantic feelings, and it is a soulmate connection, and it feels like he really wants to be able to make his decision clear to you that this is, I guess, something that he wants, and it's something that he's willing to invest in. However, there's certain actions that he can't necessarily take. Is there restrictions in terms of distance with you guys, with you and your sit? Because I see that a part of the action that is being prohibited, yeah, yeah, is him being able to come forward. I'm glad that the communication's actually being able to kind of like be substantiated by the difference in distance, because that matters. But I think his feelings is that, you know, he is definitely committed to the situation. He's undecided about, I guess, not necessarily what path to take, not necessarily with the relationship, but how certain decisions may impact the relationship. Those are some of the things that he's indecisive about. And he really wants to be making certain decisions to make sure that he gives the relationship the opportunity and the potential to be able to thrive. So he's looking at situations from that perspective. He's looking at things from those lenses. He's fighting, he's really fighting to actually make things better than it's ever been before. And I think that that's his thought process on the situation. It is a test of faith, like I keep saying, and why I keep saying it is because I think that he previously thought that things were going to be a lot easier than what it actually was. Is he okay with my kids from my first marriage? Um, yeah, yeah. I don't think he has a problem with the issue. With your that, like, that's his natural nature, I guess. He doesn't, he potentially himself is used to blended family dynamics. He himself potentially is used to um family dynamics where it's a little bit blended. He doesn't necessarily have an issue with the kids per se, but I do think that there's still some indecision that he's navigating through. I want to put that across to you, because they're saying to me with this indecision, right? It's because there's a lot that isn't clear. Do I see a future? So this is the thing. Let's dive into that. Thank you. That's the perfect question, Mina, because that's what I want to know. That's my that's my ideal question. That's what I'm trying to get clarity with them. Okay, let's see, guys. How do you see the future timeline playing out with Yasir? Okay, Paul, that's cool, beautiful. That's all good. All good. Okay. 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 So what they're showing me with the situation as far as things for you playing out, with Yasir, they're saying that this isn't necessarily like, I know that you've probably had a little bit of a bumpy situation, right, with past situations and circumstances in terms of romance. They're saying that this situation potentially could give you an opportunity to kind of like release some of your anxieties about how certain situations may manifest for you when it comes to romance, class. And this is also an opportunity for you to kind of like, it's not necessarily a stormy weather ahead. There isn't necessarily certain action that's going to be taken per se, and again, that's due to the distance between you guys. But in essence, that doesn't necessarily cause too much anxiety. Do you see a future in the situation, guys? Answer the question fully. Do you guys see a future in the situation with Yasir, Femina, and Yasir? Okay. In the near future, not within the next few weeks. Don't choose a new direction, and there will be happy changes within the next couple of weeks, right? Just wait for the situation to kind of play out. Look for a sign. It's not going to be like, because abundance, why it's abundant is because it is literally like plentiful, but in moderation. If you notice, God Nagia, everything that you want all at once, He gives it to you in moderation. So these are some of the things that you're going to sort of learn with the dynamics of this situation. It is going to be some changes in the next couple of weeks in terms of just the way that things are actually playing out. I think that things may actually take a different turn as far as like you being ready to sort of like really have certain discussions about where you guys are going, and that's where you're going to get some more clarity. Give it a couple of weeks. Basically, they're saying to me, give it a couple of weeks and you'll actually see how things actually pan out in terms of the manifesting of the situation, because you're going to get some clarity probably within the next, I want to say 17 days, because they're saying about 2 to 2.5 weeks. So within the next 17 days you'll get some clarity on the situation. It's really going to clear up any confusion or questioning on the situation. I think for now with the situation, he's still having some indecisions. The distance being a factor, I don't think that the family situation, the blended family thing, is too much of an issue per se. I think it's more so having to deal with another partner. Those are probably some of his concerns, not necessarily the kids per se. So as you guys continue to have certain conversations over the next couple of weeks, they're saying that you'll be able to kind of like get some full-on clarity on the situation, to the point where you'll be able to understand why things have played out the way that it's played out. Sorry, I'm literally just having a check to confirm Pearl's payment as well, because she's on the list. She's been brought up. Thanks a lot for the clarity on the situation. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. I think that there's still some stuff that you guys have to kind of like navigate through. For the most part, I want to say this to you. What's his situation? Did he come out of a relationship recently? When was his last relationship? Just so that I can understand the context of what they're saying as well. Sorry, I just have to like answer this question quickly. And then Pearl, start getting all of your many questions ready for me, beautiful. That part, okay? Start getting all of them ready for me. And we'll kind of like take it from there, I guess. He's in a relationship but isn't working out for him. Yeah, that's what I wanted to sort of like clarify. That's what I wanted to clarify, beautiful. Because the indecision that's kind of there, that's the whole aspects of the situation that's a little bit messy at the minute. Feel me? That's why there's indecision at the minute. In a couple of weeks, you're going to get some clarity. Although things aren't necessarily working out for him potentially right now, In a couple of weeks, he's going to have a little bit better understanding of where he's at in terms of his romance class and what his decisions need to be moving forward. So keep me posted. Okay, keep me posted on the situation within the next couple of weeks. And we'll kind of like navigate once we've got those updates then as well. Because again, there's only so much that they can give us. This is why when people talk about like only God knows the future, they're right. Because there's certain things the guides cannot share because we have to live it out so that it can actually manifest how it's supposed to, and then we get clarity. You see what I'm saying? So when you get the clarity, girl, update us. That part. Okay. Right. So let us go and dive into your process then, Pearl. What do you have for me? What's your questioning? What is the question you got for me? Yes, Lorena, Tulia to get added to the list. That's my mom, y'all. Free list is closed. Pearl's donation list. Pearl's on the donation list. If you want to go on the donation list, mama. I'm messing with her. I'm just having a little bit of shits and giggles. Don't worry. That's my mom. That's my mom, Mina. That's literally my mom. If you look at the photo that she actually has up on her profile photo, that's actually one of the old photos of me, my little brother, and my little sister. So that's my mom. Do you want to get added to the list, Ma? You can get added to the donation list. Okay. Give us your question, Pearl, and let's dive into it. My water's almost finished because I am drinking like a fish today. Oh, Pearl must be taking some good little old time to actually like put her question across because there's so much going on. Oh, mummy, Mina says hello. Okay. Oh, thank you, Mina. You're lovely. I don't even know if she's still on the live because she like my mom's nosy. She'll just pop in and then she'll like poke her nose in and then come out. She does it for like giggles, shits and giggles. She likes to have a little bit of a bants with me. She's funny like that. I will do, beautiful. I will do. Oh, there you go. She's still here then. She's still here. She is here, yeah. She's still here. That part. Come on then, pal. Let's get your question. Sorry, guys. I'm going to prep for the show. Okay. Yeah, because Pearl, I don't know if Pearl's actually looking to come back in and then throw her question out there, or if she's actually there. Smaradina, are you still in the building as well? We know Chaley's sort of like finishing up work and stuff, so she's getting off. Okay, thank you for your question, Smaradina. Pearl, if you're still getting your question ready, or if you're kind of like, are you here? Firstly, if you're here, Pearl, just give us a quick I'm here or yes. And then we can sort of like take it from there. Because initially Pearl said basically that she wanted to be added to the list, the free list. Like she wanted to be added after the free list. So she's probably like going to come, I guess, after everyone's kind of gone to some degree. I'm assuming that that's potentially what she meant. So I'm not sure if she's actually here or if she's typing her question. So if you're here, Pearl, can we get a hey? And if you're not here, I'm gonna answer Smaradina's question and then move from there. Okay, and then we kind of like get to the end of the list, and I'm sure you kind of like pop back into the space. And if not, you can always email me and we can kind of like follow it up as well, because I did receive your donation as well, so we can chop it up as well. Okay, so right, didn't get anything back from Paul just yet, so I am going to answer Smaradina's question. Right, we're starting out with Gianni's. Oh, let me start with the romance cards then, because we're starting with his feelings, and then we're looking at what he is feeling to do. Okay. Oh, that's cute. That is cute. What is Gianni's feelings towards Smaradina? Oh, that's nice. What's Gianni's feelings towards Smaradina? It's so interesting because the card like pops out quite a few times. So he's definitely like there's definitely an attraction there, Smaradina. It's like how can I put it? He feels like there's this natural connection, there's this natural chemistry that you guys have. It allows for him to feel comfortable with being himself, even though he's still giving you an opportunity to get to know all of the layers of himself. He's just not like giving all of it all at once, right? Because it can be a bit much. Okay, so he's giving it in quantifiable stages where it can be digested. Okay, it can be digested and be received a little bit better, right? What I would say is that he does feel as though you guys kind of like have some differences in opinion. Yeah, he feels like you guys have some differences in opinions on certain things, but he's so intrigued by you. I think that that's the thing. He's very intrigued by you, and you make him feel comfortable enough to kind of like maybe express different parts of himself that he himself hasn't even necessarily been comfortable with expressing with other people per se, because he hasn't necessarily known how other people may take it. So like he's still finding how to give you all of the facets, I guess, of himself, right? Okay, what do you see him doing in terms of his what would he do in terms of Smaradina? Like, how do you see things playing out? What would be his move? Okay, thank you. Oh, that's interesting. Nice. Okay. He's definitely looking to kind of like mend from past heartbreak in terms of relationship dynamics. He wants a relationship, actually. Like, so what we've got as far as the question, we've got the Three of Swords in reverse. So he's not looking to cause you heartache and contention. He's very optimistic, actually, and he feels like he may potentially finally be ready to actually move forward. Baby steps, because I wouldn't say all the way outright that he's ready to commit just yet, and I wouldn't think that it's a good situation for him to commit just yet, and I'm going to explain to you why. Because he's still learning about, he does want to potentially be in something romantically. Not just yet, though. This is what I'm saying to you. It's like that desire is starting to grow, because I think that he had some fears from before, right? I think that he had some fears from before in terms of his previous. Is he currently in a situation? Answer me that for one, because he seems very heavily scarred in the heart space. So I want to understand what could be the causing of that. Okay. So with the situation that he's navigating through with you, he sees the potential in what you guys could potentially have as far as a relationship, right? Because again, he's learning that he's comfortable. He's learning that he can speak up. He's learning that there's pieces of himself that he may have contained within himself that he hasn't necessarily shared, that he can actually share with you and trust that it's going to be protected, right? And you're not going to sort of use it against it, because that's the thing that he has a fear of, people using the things that he tells them against him. He's experienced that in the past, so he doesn't like that attribute, right? Which is why he's been so cautious in terms of just the little that he's starting to open up and share with you. I do think that he sees a potential, but he's proceeding with caution. And he should proceed with caution, because he's got so much scarring here that yeah, I think he had a bad experience before. Yeah, he definitely did. He's got a lot of scarring on his heart center. There's a lot of like, yeah, he was just like, he was violated in a lot of different ways. There was a lot of mental abuse and there was a lot of emotional torture with the situation. It's almost like the space wasn't necessarily like serving him positively, but he had like, his demons had other attachments and other agendas, which made it difficult for him to actually leave, basically. So he withstood a lot of scarring on an emotional level. What I would say is proceed with caution with the situation, because he does have a lot of scarring, which means that he's still navigating through some demons, right? Which means he's still going through some healing process, because the demons only lurk at like wounds that we have. Basically, they're like emotional parasites. They feed off our wounds. So it's only right that he takes the time that he needs to really be able to like heal from some of the stuff. But I think that being in the situation with you is kind of like helping him to see himself again, because I think for a long time he had been buried under a lot of the pain, or the trauma of the pain that he'd been carrying. And I think with you kind of like being a presence where he can open up, where he can speak, where he can, I guess, start to articulate certain things. I think that he is at a place where he's now getting open to the idea that he can actually do relationships again. And it may not necessarily be a bad thing. That may have just been one unfortunate experience. Right. So take your time with it. I guess he's still kind of figuring out exactly what level of commitment he can give to the situation, because at the minute he's still a little bit of a commitment phobe, right? Just because of the things that he's been through. It's kind of got him a little bit like on caution. I wouldn't say on edge, but definitely on caution. Right. Okay. So what do you advise Meridina with the situation with Gianni moving forward? What do you advise Meridina? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, put this into context for me. What does that mean? Please clarify. What does that mean? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. 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 Honey Bunny. Hello, Honey Bunny. How are you doing, my love? So, what they're advising for you to do with the situation moving forward is that there is likely to be some changes, but there's a network of people, basically. Do you guys have any mutual friends? What's the situation for you guys? That's what's up, Honey Bunny. I like the name. I can't say honey without saying bunny. What's the situation there, Smoradina? Do you guys have any mutual friends? Help me understand that. Yeah. So that's going to be an instrumental part of the process for you guys moving forward. I think that the friends are going to sort of like assist you guys in the process of the integration. At the minute, I want to say this. At the minute, the possibility of romance is just a fleeting thought. He's dancing and engaging with a thought just now. So thank thank you. Right. There's a ring to there is a ring to it, definitely, definitely. But yeah, the friends are definitely going to sort of like come into play with you guys in terms of like how you navigate the process of the situation, because I think he's going to start to basically like talk through some of these feelings that are coming up, because he's not necessarily all the way certain about whether or not he does actually want to pursue something romantically. It's kind of like he's pondering on it, and he is going to be getting like, I guess, some sort of like advice from the mutual friends that you guys share. I do think that there's an attraction there, and I think that he believes that this does have the potential, because you guys have like a natural sort of like chemistry and friendship. He feels like it does have the potential to be something significant for him moving forward. So just watch the space, take your time with the situation, and yeah, just don't overthink anything, don't push anything. I think that as you guys kind of like move forward with the situation, you'll find that he's just kind of like releasing some of his like old patterns in terms of the way that he thinks about relationships, and there may be some resistances along the way to something romantic because of that, right? So he's going to be going through a lot of this inner conflict and battle, where, because he's got so much scarring emotionally on his heart space from a lot of the stuff that he's already sort of like navigated in the past, it is going to be one of those push pulls where he's kind of thinking to himself, do I even engage in a relationship with her? And he's going to be utilizing the network that you guys have together, to kind of like bounce his ideas off them to get an indication. And then also he's going to want to be checking in with said friends as well to say, okay, how's Smaradina sort of like feeling towards me? What do you guys think? Do you think it would be a good idea? Da, 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 da. Like, they're going to be having some of those types of like healthy conversations, I guess. And I have to say healthy conversations because I guess he's trying to figure out strategically how to navigate the situation with you. So yeah, just take your time with it and be mindful. Okay, because he's still figuring out exactly what it is that he's ready for. It's not even just what he wants, he's also trying to figure out what he's ready for as well. Okay. Thank you, my love. That was definitely interesting. Right. So who do we have on the list next? Okay, we've got Chaley. I don't know if Chaley's internet's holding out. You know, she did say that the internet's causing some issues. Oh, there you are, beautiful. You are here. That's what's up. What did Daniel... Why did Daniel do what he did? Dang, what did Daniel do, girl? Okay, internet's good now. Awesome, 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 awesome. We love that. Okay, so let's... Oh, he killed your soul. Damn, we don't want that. We don't want that, Chaley. Okay, why did Daniel do what he did? Okay, as clearly as you can, please. He was trying to be practical, but we want to go deeper into the situation. What does that mean? Okay. Please clarify. Put it into context as far as why Daniel did what he did. Okay. Okay, Chaley. So what I'm seeing with the situation is that I think that there may have been a little bit of a miscommunication on a third party situation. What do I mean by that? So basically, what had happened was, I think at the time when you guys kind of like got into each other's, I guess, orbit, he was actually still okay. Pearl, you're back. Hey, Pearl. We was trying to figure out what it is that you were sort of like doing, just cleaning. Okay. We weren't sure when you were actually going to be sort of like putting your questions out there. Start getting your questions ready, because I'm working through Chaley's question, and then we're going to go through. We've got Katie, Rika, Lilia, and Cupcakes, and Ariona. I was waiting for the free. I know. This is what I said to them. I said that you were actually sort of like waiting for the free list to close out before you sort of like come back into the space. So I figured that much. Yeah, you can. You. I guess you can start posting, right? Because basically the laws of the process is donation. It's up to you if you want to stick around until the free list is closed, but the donation aspect actually allows you to jump the queue of the free list. That's the laws, I guess. That's how it's been given to me. So yeah, that part. Chaley, do you know, I don't know if Chaley's actually back in the room because it's only showing me one person on live, but I can see obviously Mina's here, Pearl's here. So it's clearly not one person. But now it's saying no, it's saying 0. So I don't know who's actually here in the space, but Chaley, what they're showing me with the situation is that good stuff, beautiful, good stuff. What they're showing me with the situation is that there was potentially something that was developing. There was potentially a romantic situation when you guys sort of like got into alignment that was kind of like, it's almost like that was kind of flatlining at the time. I think that as you guys kind of like continued to get to know each other, that situation started to redevelop. It started to I guess whatever wasn't working before, or whatever chemistry wasn't meshing too well before, those imbalances started to sort themselves out. I don't think that they've resolved themselves completely, but I think that those imbalances started to resolve themselves. And I think from what I can see with the situation, sorry, I'm like getting messages and stuff coming through. From what I can see with the situation, it's almost as though sorry. Yeah, from what I can see with the situation, it's almost as though he wasn't necessarily all the way honest per se about the potential of that situation in coming into the space with you as well. Do you know if there was I don't want to call it a full-on third-party situation, to be fair, because it's kind of not, but it is at the same time, because it's like an adjacent possibility for romance, but it wasn't really something that was like solidified. So do you know what the circumstances were at the time when you guys kind of like came together? Yeah, someone else in the mix. So what they're showing me, right, when I clarified the situation, he had someone else in the mix, an adjacent, so an alternative. So there was somebody else that was also like, he was kind of figuring out what the chemistry was like with them. It may have been around about, I wouldn't say the same time. I think that that situation potentially happened before you, right? So it wasn't anything that was committed. So I can understand why he considers himself single for a couple of years, but it's almost like the chemistry in that situation was kind of fizzling out. And I think at the time when you guys aligned with each other, he was actually open to change at that point. And then I think, for all intents and purposes, that situation now then became complicated because that person, I guess, that person made a resurfacing. That's the best way that I can put it. That person made a resurfacing. So with that resurfacing, I think that kind of like caught him off guard, and he didn't necessarily even know how to navigate the space. When you say he killed your soul, what is it that he did specifically to cause you a little bit of heartbreak with navigating through the space with him? Did he just kind of like ghost and cut everything off as far as communication? What was the dynamics? Interesting. Your soul's timeline, Katie, may actually be from you may have been around during that time of evolution's process, right? And some of the stuff, we're going to go and dive into it, but that's interesting. Some of the stuff, because I know there's a lot of things that I know by nature from biblical times, because my soul was here during that time of like mankind's evolution as well. So it's like subconsciously I have certain memories of certain things as well. That may be a case that your soul was present in that in those timelines as well. I was at his house and we argued. I needed a ride home and he left, and his roommate flipped out, called their sister, then he gave permission and watched while. Oh, damn. Damn. Sorry, she's getting the rest of it up. But that's an interesting question there, Katie. Can you feel like how can I put it, the aging of your soul? Because sometimes my soul feels so old for this little 30-year-old body. I'm like, God, Shikima, you're doing a good enough job, but this is such an old soul for this little vessel. This chick beat the crap out of me, and I got her off me, and he let her brother put his hands on me too. Damn. That's not okay, Chaley. He did that shit though because he was kind of like navigating, I guess, through something. He caused the argument firstly because there was something else or something, another potential situation. I felt old one slightly after high school. that part. I was an hour from home. Oh, Chaley. When did this happen? Was this recently? Because there's been a lot of demon time out here that's just been on the loose, to be fair. Wow. So this has been going on like during when we had a new moon a week ago. Sorry, I've been out of the swing of class in that respect, guys. You had a concussion. Wow. Damn. Dang. That's not okay. And then he cut off contact completely. Yeah, because he caused an argument firstly because the other person that he was basically sort of like seeing and kind of like basically kind of figuring out whether or not they were going to be a good fit for each other or whatever the situation may be, that other person finally kind of like gave the green light that they were willing to actually start to give more to the situation, I guess. So yeah, he started an argument. The argument was intentional. He might say otherwise, but the argument was intentional. He unblocked you yesterday. How do you feel about that? Do you want to have communication? Or do you want to revel with this demon? Do you want to do another dance with it again? I'm just going to ask the question directly because, again, we all have demons, right? It's one of those situations. Everybody's got demons. It's nothing personal. It's just how we manage them. Okay. I want some sort of closure. Okay, what does closure look like for you? What would you like to know in order to be able to close out that chapter for yourself? Hmm. Sorry, I have to ask these questions because obviously it is important to sort of like make sure that the decisions. I want to know if he feels bad. I don't know about bad, but he feels guilty. Like remorse, not necessarily. Guilt, yes, if that makes sense. Um, I don't even think he ever cared about me. I think he cared about you enough at one point, but I think what had happened was he met someone, I think just around about the time that he met you, not too long before he met you, basically. And that situation was kind of playing out, but it wasn't necessarily going anywhere. And I think that that's the situation. I think once that situation potentially started to develop a little bit, he then he then kind of had to make a decision from there because he couldn't necessarily do both per se. um Also, I want to say this to you, my love, because they're putting this across to me. The narration on your life isn't necessarily serving you positively, because a lot of the times, what they're saying to me is that the narration isn't necessarily from the highest of perspectives. Sometimes the story is told. Let me ask you this then. Basically, did you share any of your trauma? Did you share the stories of your trauma, of your past experiences with him? Did you tell him any of those stories as well? Just so that I can get an understanding of where they're trying to lead me. A little bit, yeah. So what happens when you kind of like share, right? People's demons, they get activated subconsciously, and they try and see how much, especially when you go through a lot and you share with people the lot that you've been through. We talked every day for over a month. Yeah. What happens is that their demons now try and see, like, okay, what boundaries can I push? What are the barriers that I am able to kind of like be the exception to the rule, basically, right? So that happens a lot of the times. Those get triggered, especially when we share our trauma with people and we kind of like talk our way through certain things, just so that they can actually get an understanding to get to know us, right? But it's very unfortunate. So it basically like, it's like those demons then perk up. Like they're the ones that's intently listening, right? Because they're trying to understand, okay, what is your tolerance level? What is it that you do and do not put up with? How far can I push my boundaries with you, to understand about your boundaries? So this is why I'm asking the question, my love, because obviously his demons activated. He's pushed you to the levels where your boundaries were definitely overlooked. And it's one of those things where now you have a certain decision to make in terms of how you're going to be navigating through the process. You say that he's unblocked you. The fact that he even had the audacity to block you in the first place says everything about who he is and the spirits that he's in contracts with. Now, what I would say to you is, in terms of your narration, on the story of your life, that has to get, they're saying even 3 degrees of perspective of elevation will actually really help in terms of these situations manifesting, because I think that he cared for you. I believe that he did care for you. What I believe is an issue is that he don't know how to navigate through his demons, and that's really his actual problem. So his demons were plotting for you from the time they were gathering information. That's the unfortunate series of events. Yeah, they were plotting for you from time he made, from time you started to, I guess, have certain conversations. His demons were trying to get an understanding. And I think that at one point he cared a lot, but I think as well, once the situation with this other person who was a potential, she was just a potential, right? Primate, she was a potential. Once that situation came back in, it caused a lot of tension and it caused a lot of conflict and indecision. And that's where his demons actually activated. And all of the information that his demons were gathering subconsciously, now they could then use those situations to their advantage, unfortunately, and move through him. Now, the unfortunate situation is that, where were you at that times in terms of like how you were narrating your life? Vibrationally speaking, being honest, where were you in terms of like your manifesting about that situation as well? Were you speaking positively consistently, or were there bouts of, because you know how life works, it's ups and downs and cycles, where you having like dips in the wave as well, where you were sort of like, speaking from those low vibrating places as well, when you were sort of navigating through frustration, for instance, anger, whatever was kind of like manifesting. How was that around about that time? I stayed pretty positive to him. Okay. To yourself, however, to him nonetheless, but to yourself, however, how were you? Because obviously, what happens a lot of the times with the mirror was falling in love with him. Oh, oh, yeah. I guess obviously it's one of those situations where, as you fall, you have to understand what you're falling into. So I definitely believe that God gave you an opportunity to see his face so that you can understand what you would be falling into. That's why I asked you, now that he's unblocked you, where are you with the situation? What is your tolerance level? What's your capacity as far as this demon now that you've seen its face and what it's capable of? Because basically this was a spirit of anger that manifested through him, which then engaged with activating narcissistic tendencies and traits, where you just kind of check out, you're not necessarily as cognitive or caring about the anybody else within the sort of space. So I believe that the spirit of anger, I can't with Cheney. Cheney said I'll kick his teeth in. Okay, so as far as like him actually like unblocking you, how does that make you feel with the situation? Because obviously he did all of these things and now yeah. Oh, I can imagine, beautiful. I can imagine. Let's see, what does the guides advise, guys? What do you guys advise her to do? What? Thank you. What does that mean? Where's the other lot? Let me get these cards. The other lot of tarot. Lucky Empress 7, you can do. I think Pearl is before you on the donation list, however, and then you can come through as well. Please clarify. In what context? What does that mean? Okay, thank you. Okay. 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 This is a significant turning point for you, is what they're saying to you. Pregnancy, they generally tend to be a little bit tricky with that one, to be fair. Oh, they generally don't really necessarily sort of like give full clarity on those questionings, which is very irritating. I told you last time what they said about pregnant with thoughts. They're very tricky in that context. But from what I can see, not right now. Not right now. Yeah, not right now. No. The circumstances for you aren't necessarily what God has in mind for you for that manifestation. So no, as far as now. As far as like your advice in terms of moving forward with the situation, what they're showing me as well, right, is good. You right, girl. Good. Okay. God's like, no. There's still too much complications with that situation at the minute. So this isn't necessarily the right time on the situation. Pearl's already on the donation list, basically. So Pearl's the only person on the donation list, Queen Libra. So I would essentially sort of, I don't know, where Pearl, are you still in the room? How do you feel? Miss Queen Libra is asking to see what she can do to basically jump the donation list as well. to jump the donation list as well. How are you feeling there, Pearl? Because Pearl was saying that she wants to think. See, okay, so Pearl's putting out her question, so you'd actually have to come after Pearl. That's okay. That's okay. It's all good. 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 It's all good, Pearl. You'll have to then, Queen Libra, you'll have to, if you do donate, you'll have to wait until I've gone through Pearl's questioning, because she's got a few questions for us. Okay, and she's going to be unpacking those questions. Check in the description. The guys will kind of like I had to post in. I know. I figured that much, beautiful. I figured that much because you were already preparing the question for when it was time to go. And I figured that you had to do that. No. I get you. I get you, beautiful. So check the description and you'll be able to kind of like see. Jaylee, with everything that you've been navigating through these last few weeks, beautiful, I can understand. Okay, it seems like there's still some spirit of anger that you're still digesting and processing out of your vessel at the minute. So it's understandable. You good, girl. Don't worry. What they are saying in terms of the situation and moving forward, though, like this situation for you, as far as it doesn't say in the US dollar. Okay, so it basically says in pounds. I think PayPal obviously does the transactional conversion. I don't know. Check on Google, I guess, how Google kind of like has a conversion at the minute, and then you'll kind of thing. Now you'll have to, no, you don't necessarily have to retype it. You don't necessarily have to retype it. Same thing. It's the same thing on Cashapp, beautiful. It's the same thing on Cashapp. I just have both of those options as an option because people sometimes would ask for Cashapp and sometimes they'd ask for the PayPal details. So I just got both of those prepared just in case. No, that's okay, beautiful. That's okay. You can do the Cashapp or you can do the, yeah, you keep working on question 2, Pearl. You can do the Cashapp or you can do the actual PayPal as well. Either of them, I'll be able to sort of pick up. Funny enough, last time I actually didn't accept one of the cash apps and it got returned to the person as well because I was just so busy with life. But I guess Spirit had something else in mind. Yeah. All the details are there in the description for you, my love. You can, if you go on Cash App, the name is in the description that you need. Can someone tell me since don't know? Okay. Mina or Chaylee, can you guys assist her? Obviously, I'm doing Chaylee's reading. But it's consciously connected, I think. I say I think because I'm not sure, but I think it's consciously connected on Cash App, and I think it's consciously connected on PayPal. So that's why I'm saying I think. But for you, beautiful Chaylee, what they're showing me is that the thing for you to do, because you're basically closing a cycle here, that's what's actually happening. Your good fortune is actually sort of like moving forward. And a lot of the stagnation of your past is kind of like behind you for the most part now. So with the situation that you're moving through with Daniel, I think it's one of those things where success is ahead for you. However, this situation that you're navigating through, you kind of have to decide whether or not he's a part of that success for you moving forward. That's the thing that you're going to have to really take for he then make a conscious decision on how you're trying to sort of like manifest that space and navigate. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Shaylee sort of put it in the chat, Queen Libra. That's for the Cash App, I think. But what they're saying as well, Shaylee, is that you may also navigate through some feelings of not necessarily being all the way confident in the decision, the decisions that you're sort of like making when it comes to that. So you should probably take some time to cognitively observe what it is that you've got going on and then make your decisions from there instead of reacting because they say to me, um you're pretty in US dollars. You probably have to check that online, beautiful, to be fair with you. You probably have to check it online because we wouldn't know. It's constantly changing the conversion rate. So if you check on Google, Google will let you know what the conversion rate is. And then you can sort of like submit accordingly that way. Okay, because I'm not too sure. Can I check? Unfortunately, I'm literally just in the middle of a little bit of a reading here. So bear with me. What I'd say with you, Chaley, if you're kind of like, what they're saying is that you're kind of like navigating yourself as well at taming your reactions to certain situations. That's one of the things that is going to be instrumental for your future timelines in terms of what you're trying to do. So that's just something to take into consideration. Okay. If you want one question, what did you just do now, beautiful? Correct. I just did it now. LOL. So yeah, the thank you, Mina. Thank you. 361 is a conversion rate. Tames my reaction and took a breath. that part, Chelly. That's my girl, man. Listen, the growing process is tricky because sometimes like people will do things and it's just like I do not have the capacity or the tolerance to practice patience in this moment right now. Like seriously, I've already met my cap for today. If you want a long, I guess, process as far as questioning, it would be more, I guess, for Queen Libra. If you're asking the one question, you're good. If you're asking more, you'd probably have to do the 5 bucks process, okay? Right. There you go. There you go, Mina. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful. And then we're going to go into past question. I hope that that was useful for you there, Shaylee. I think obviously as he comes back into the space, you're going to have to, will he contact you again? Not anytime soon per se. I think he's just kind of like testing the waters to kind of see where he's at. And will I get a car this week? The car situation, I don't even want to put anything over your manifesting. It will be a little bit delayed, potentially by about 3 to 4 or 5 days. There may be some delays, just a little bit of stagnation as far as the grounding of the situation. But you'll get it. Okay? You'll get it. Whew. Yeah, y'all. Sorry. And let me go back to Paul's question as well. How beautiful. We're coming back to your stuff. Is it me or is it busy tonight, y'all? Per one. Okay. After I left the pharmacy, the bully women continued to accuse me of things I didn't do and Scott believed them. Does he now realize those stories were made up? Not entirely. Not entirely. Let me pull the cards and kind of like dissect it for you. And then you can start putting the rest of your questions out there as well. Okay. What is, as far as the dynamics with the other ladies, did Scott believe them with the, I guess, their version of their truth? Did he believe them in terms of their version of their truth? Okay. Thank you. No, not necessarily. He didn't necessarily believe them per se, but I think that it was just one of those things where he had to keep the peace. So it didn't matter whether he believed them or not. It was more a case of him being able to. Oh, I missed you, Chaley. I missed you guys. I missed being able to be in this space and just be my normal natural self and not having to like disguise and be cloaked, I guess, for humanity and all of that stuff, which is just too much, right? You just kind of have to dim your light so everybody else is comfortable with your presence. You know what I mean? Got the donation. Beautiful. So we're definitely going to go to next. Let me dive into some of the unpacking for Pearl, and then we'll be able to unpack it. Okay, get your question ready though, so that when we finish up with Pearl, you'll be able to sort of be next on the list there, and we can dive into your stuff. Why are you turning up late to work then, Chaley? Oh, Pisces are notorious for that kind of presence as well, just because we're flaky. Yeah, so what I'm seeing with the situation, as far as your first question that you asked there, Pearl, is that he didn't necessarily believe everything that they said, but he had to do what he had to do. It's not that he believed them. He knew that there were some lies in there. He knew that there were some exaggerations in there. He knew that there was some elaborate sort of like plotting there as well, but he couldn't prove anything, so there isn't really anything that he could have done about it, which is why he took the approach that he did take regarding the situation. Okay, so did he believe? No, not entirely. Did that matter? No, not entirely either, because he had to make a decision, or he had to make an action moving forward regardless. So that's exactly what he did. And it wasn't necessarily about believing them. It was just about trying to like keep the peace for himself, really. He didn't necessarily want to have to deal with the aggravation potentially from them. So I guess he handled it the best way he felt like he could at the time. Really. That's the best way I can put it to you. Okay. So sorry, y'all. I'm getting hungry, so I am going to go and make myself something soon so that I can have a little bit of a snack. I've been on here for like a good almost 3 hours already. So I'm getting peckish. I told you guys I woke up from my nap. I literally had a quick snack and then I jumped on, right? Yeah, no, I will. I'm gonna do a little tuna sweet corn bagel. So I'm gonna go and like get that toasted and all that kind of stuff in a minute. Don't worry, y'all. I'm gonna kind of like, I do need to take care of myself, Shelly, and I'm learning how to find the balance with that, because I'm such a giver, but I need to find the balance between giving and also giving to self, right? Because literally sometimes my demons are just like, I don't even want to listen to you anymore because you do not care about us. And I'm like, I do care about you guys. Don't be like that. We're friends. Oh no, because sometimes I have to like vocalize their needs. Like right now, I can feel my body like, letting me know that it's hungry and stuff. And usually I'd ignore it, but yeah, I have to just kind of find the balance. How can I best approach the subject of a reference with Scott? Up until my breakdown, I was a good worker. I was thinking of explaining that I've been unable to find work locally and I'm moving. I think that would be useful for you, to just kind of like let it be known that it's not necessarily something that he has to worry about. How do you see the reference situation going as far as her requesting the reference, guys? Okay, because I need her to get like the full clarity on this situation. I feel like he's in a different place at the minute when it comes to certain things. So I just want you to kind of like clarify. How do you see the reference situation going? Okay, thank you. Sorry, y'all. It went all the way over here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to say this to you. You will get a reference, right? You will get a reference. It's probably not going to be as good as it probably would have been had the recent events or situation not necessarily occurred. But by law, he still has to give you a reference, so he will be able to actually do that. It's just not going to be as good as it potentially could have been had the recent events not occurred. So it's like before, he would have probably really talked up your ability to be like really hardworking and divulge into certain things that he finds to be some of your better qualities. It is taking forever. It is taking forever, Cupcakes. Well, do you know what? Your best thing to do is probably post your question and come back to the chat. Because you're one of the last ones, come back to the chat later on. One of the moderators might keep your question for you, and then they can answer the question when it's your turn. Okay? Oh no, I got your donation, Lucky Empress. I did get your donation. Let me. Lucky Empress 7. So you sent a. Hold on, because we've got a Cashapp from Queen Libra, I think it is. And then we've got the another PayPal from Lucky Empress. Yeah, no, I know, beautiful. I gathered that much. You are getting a free reading, and I will not put up with ungrateful brats. Listen, oh, Cheney, come on. It's been like 3 hours, man. I'm sure, like, okay, so this person isn't necessarily used to our process. They're not necessarily used to the space and stuff, so they're like fairly new to the space. They probably thought that they were going to come in here and this was going to be wrapped up fairly quickly and they would be able to go, but they actually have had to sit for like almost 3 hours now. So I think it was the realization that this is actually like outright taking quite a bit of time. Right. So we do have a couple of new additions to the donation list. Right now, I'm obviously working through Pearl's donation question, but we've got Queen Libra, who's I've got her donation as well. And I do have also sorry, let me do that on thing that one. And we've also got Lucky Empress as well. So we've got her donation as well. Okay, so if they could kind of like be added to the list as well. I think it was just a shock that they've been here for this long. Sorry, Cupcakes. This is literally how it is. Okay, we really do unpack over here. It's no joke. What I'd say to you as well, well, now they know that they need to only be respectful of you. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. That part. I appreciate you. Okay. I have a couple of other references I can put down. I'm just worried if a potential employer chooses to call the business after seeing it on my resume. What I'd say with the reference situation, put down the other references. And I would say contact him. And yeah, I was just going to say you want to clear the air because it's going to be important for like what you're manifesting moving forward with like contention in your previous employment space. It can cause resistances and restrictions to your future employment circumstances, right? So it has to be like clean energy, good space, good vibes. What I would say is let him know, okay, that you're actively seeking and applying. You don't necessarily want a reference because there's other references that you can use, and based on how things actually transpired with the actual like detachment from the job. I tried clearing the air with him before, but he refused to meet with me. He doesn't want to meet with you. No, 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 no. The meeting with you is too much. That's too big of a step for him to take. He's not ready to kind of like clear the air in that context as far as like a meeting directly with you. He's still, yeah, he's still not necessarily even there yet per se. What I would say is have a conversation. Okay, a little bit, because he was just kind of like prematurely navigating through the space. So he was still a little bit like, his ego was still a little bit bruised based on the situation and how everything manifested at the time. What I would say to you is have a conversation with him, not necessarily on the reference part of the situation, because if you have other references that you can use that will give you a little bit more of a flying sort of like resume, then go for that. Do you understand? Because it's almost like there's certain qualities that he would downplay now because the situation is what it is, and there's still a little bit of bitterness in the space. What I would say to you, as you're navigating, I'd say get in touch, let him know that obviously you're applying for jobs. You don't necessarily directly need a reference per se, but if there is any communication or contact with him, you're calling to give him a little bit of a heads up, so that he's able to kind of, you know, assist you when you're with your navigating with that space. He's not necessarily one of the references that you want to potentially use, but and however, the experience from that job is definitely something that really helps to optimize your resume. So it might be a likelihood that another employer reaches out and you just wanted to give him a heads up beforehand, because you may potentially even be looking elsewhere outside of the town for something within that same field, right? Um, and I'd say that's how you work that situation. I don't know that he's actually even ready to send him a message. Send him a message. Yeah, I have to email him, but his wife monitors his emails. That's fine. That's fine. I do want to go and get a snack. I am going to go and get a snack because homegirl is hungry now. You know, when you just wake up and you kind of like, you're peckish and the hunger hasn't like properly set in yet? It has arrived. It's arrived. So I'm going to go and grab something. Start working on, I guess you said you've got quite a few questions as well. I don't know if you've got like another couple of questions that you want to put out there, but start working on those. What I'd say, like I said, with the reference thing, dead the idea of an actual reference from him. Send the email. By law, legally, he actually does have to give you a reference per se. But it's just that with everything that's transpired, because we know that the reference isn't going to be as flying colors as it would have potentially been if the situation wasn't what it was. We're just going to avoid asking for a reference altogether and let him know that we're applying for jobs and they may be in contact. Just keep it very brief and basic. Then that way, wifey doesn't have anything to be triggered about, and it's easy for you to kind of like get an in. And when you do the email, put a little prayer over it to actually protect you, because demons may still be lurking to disrupt your manifesting in that space as well. Hold that thought. I'm coming back. Okay, y'all. I chose to get a little muffin to get started, just so that I can put something in me in the meantime. And then we'll kind of like continue with the space. Oh, I need some more water as well. My bad. Hold that thought. I'll be back. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm back. I was just going to say as well. I is back. So we're all back. Well, let me get this one question out of the way. Pearl Queen Libra is asking a question, no pressure. If she's literally been waiting for her questions to be answered. She did get a little bit of a free one initially, so okay, she said okay. She said okay, Pearl. Sorry, she said okay, Queen Libra. Try and get the question out as quickly as possible. Then we'll go back to Pearl's questions. Then we'll go back to somebody else also done a thingy actually. Sorry, can we add what was her name? Sorry, what was her name? Lucky Empress 7. Lucky Empress 7. Can we add her to the donation list? She did actually donate as well. So we're gonna sort of like take Queen Libra's question, then go back to Pearl's other questions, then go to Lucky Empress 7. And then we're gonna go back to the free list. Dang. I'm gonna be here for a good couple of hours yet. Because who have we got next? We've got KT. Do you still have your question that you wanted to ask as well? Because I think you put it out there about the timeline and your old soul potentially. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dang, we still got so much to go on the free list. Bugger. Okay. Okay. Does Khaleesi have an attitude towards me because she acting weird after I gave her a reading yesterday? I think she's processing what you said as far as the reading. Hold on. I think she's more processing. Okay, Katie, all good. Yeah, I thought as much as well. Gonna have to hang in there for a little bit, beautiful, because it's a long one tonight, boy. We're in for a long little ride. Kalisha, what's going on between the space with her and Queen Libra? Clarify the situation for me. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. So what I'm seeing with the situation, it's not necessarily just basically an attitude. I think it's just a case of her processing some of the things that were said in the reading per se. I think that there were some things potentially that she may have been a little bit discontented with, and she didn't necessarily um, like certain things that you had to say within the reading. Did you speak about some sort of inevitable ending on something? Just so that I can understand the context of what they're saying to me. Did you speak to her about some sort of inevitable ending on something in the reading? Okay. Okay. Oh, that was for you, Queen Libra. I was asking the question. Interesting. So, what I'm seeing is that there was something that you spoke about specifically during the reading that she didn't necessarily like. And for the most part, usually she can see and identify with what is said. But for some reason, it's like there was a resistance. There was something that you mentioned about some sort of inevitable end, something coming to an inevitable end, basically. Um, and I don't think that that part was something that she was actually too pleased with. And I think that her still processing that, there may be some sort of like resentment that you actually sort of like said. I said she has to work on herself, and some people around her don't like her, and smile in her face. Okay, okay. The inevitable end would be some of those types of relationships. Um, you didn't do anything wrong in that. You didn't do anything wrong in that. You just told her the truth. And sometimes, and I see it all the time, people will say to me, "Oh, that's not me, though." Okay, sure, that's not you. A lot of the times people have this one perception of themselves, and they don't know how their behavior actually shows up in a space or an environment with other people. So they know themselves based on their perception of themselves, not the reality of who they are. Do you see what I'm saying? So with you kind of like putting that across and giving her the honesty, lol, it was weird and she was acting funny today. I think it's just one of those things for her to really be able to kind of like receive the reality that she's experiencing hypocrisy, because potentially the reality is she herself is a hypocrite. That part. Um, so obviously the universe is simply reflecting her back to her in essence by the people that she draws into her experience, right? Yeah, she does get mad when I tell her the truth. So that's actually what's occurring. Beautiful. I wouldn't say she's got an attitude, because that just seems to be the way that she is in general. She sometimes has a little bit of a difficulty in being able to kind of like take on constructive feedback. She loves to give it though. She loves to like read everyone for filth and tell them about some of the things that they perhaps need to be working on and need to navigate through. But she's not so open and receptive to actually being able to receive. Some of those relationships that you spoke to her about are actually coming to an end as well. Just to sort of like put that across. As she works through some of these things, some of those relationships are going to come to an end, because technically some of those relationships, they can only survive based on the current dynamics that they're navigating through now, which is the fakery. And when I say the fakery, it's just that this is the easiest way for people to be around her. She perhaps feel as though people are basically being um, two-faced towards her, but that's because that's how she's made it. Sometimes it feels like people can't speak their truth, much like you're seeing. People can't speak their truth around her, so they tell her whatever it is that she likes to hear so that they can get by. And I think as she continues to wake up, because she's still quite fresh on that path of not necessarily the awakening, but just awakening to who she actually is, i.e., how she projects, how she shows up in reality, how other people's experience of her may differ from her experience of herself, pretty much, right? And that's the actual situation that can be a little bit tricky in navigating through. So that's what she's trying. That's what she's trying to say too. What's she trying to say? What exactly is she trying to say? Because that's one thing with these types of trickster spirits. Like constructive feedback again isn't necessarily their strong point, but they love to give it. They love to give it, but receiving it is never really as copacetic as it is when they're willing to give it, right? People in her life don't need to be there, yeah. So those relationships, a lot of those relationships are coming to an inevitable end. Why? Because for her, she don't need to check her attitude. Everybody else is the problem. They just need to get with it, with the way that she is. That's how she perceives the reality that she lives in. She's a nice person, don't get me wrong. She can just be very inconsiderate sometimes. And that is probably the thing that's going to be a little bit of a downfall for her eventually. I'm gonna give her space. I don't have time for that energy. Do that, mama, because I'm telling you, with the situation, it may just so be that you being, frank with her and giving her an open and honest discussion may have caused a little bit of an eruption for her ego. You know what I mean? Her ego's on one, kind of telling a little bit of a story that, like I said, everybody else is a problem and she's perfectly fine. It's everybody else that actually needs to change. So with people like that, you can't really get anywhere. You just kind of have to leave them in God's hand and let God kind of like assist them in their awakening process so that they can actually see themselves versus this imaginary version of themselves that they think that they are. You know what I mean? Do you, though, beautiful? Do you? Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. I think with the situation, I would say take your time in navigating through the space with her in general. Don't even just automatically just like detach like that as well, because she'll kind of project a lot of negativity in your orbit as well that you don't necessarily even have the time or capacity to be navigating through as well. So treat her accordingly to who and how she is. Somebody who is like a 2-year-old that can't take any feedback in terms of how they're actually manifesting in their reality, and treat a 2-year-old accordingly. Okay, treat her like a 2-year-old. And if you automatically detach, that's going to trigger some sort of abandonment wound. So you don't necessarily want to do that. So that those types of spirits start to come and infect your space, but definitely slowly take your time to be able to detach from the space safely and healthily. Because when you see people like that that don't necessarily take feedback too well, constructive feedback too well, trust me, they're in contracts with some deep, dark spirits, some deep, low vibrating spirits that will come. And next thing you know, you got this illness, you got that. You don't want to do none of that. You don't want to do none of that. Trust me. But yeah, just take your time and gently remove yourself from the space and let her continue to move with her ego. Okay? That part, exactly. That part. Okay. Pearly, we got you again, beautiful. I'm gonna go and get my bagel because I done toasted it. Okay. I'm gonna come and like spread my little tuna spread. Wow. Oh, look at Pearl. Pearl, I got you, girl. Hold that thought. Wait right there. Okay. I am back, y'all. Okay. Can you come live in my closet, girl? I'm telling you, right? There probably wouldn't be much room for you with all the stuff that I got going on in my closet. Okay? But you're welcome. Okay, so Paul said, what do you see coming for me if I move to Sydney, as opposed to if I stay local-ish and find work in the nearby larger town? I really want to find some new love plus a job. Okay, we're going to unpack that because there was another timeline, a town, 2 towns down. So I don't know if that is what you're referring to. That was another timeline that they spoke about as well, potentially, but that's to do with the job situation more so than anything else. Okay, guys, so Paul wants to know what's coming for her with the move to Sydney. Let's see that first. What's coming for her with the move to Sydney? What can you guys see with that situation? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. What do you see happening for her if she does like a little bit of a move to one of the other larger towns before Sydney, like local-ish towns? What do you see happening if she moves there in terms of, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to ask all aspects of the situation, right? I could commute until I find an apartment there. Yeah. You are after Pearl, Lucky Empress. I did sort of like mention that after Pearl, then it was going to be you. I think I want to leave this country. Why is that, Shaylee? You are Lucky Empress. You're after Pearl. Don't worry, beautiful. You should be there after Pearl on the list. Okay. Right. I could commute and find an apartment there. That's what I'm, until I find an apartment there. That's what I'm saying. Staying in the current situation. How do you see that playing out? Sorry, I'm like looking at all the different layers of the situation, right? I want to see all of the different layers of the situation. Yes. It's this place, then Newcastle, then Sydney. Okay, along the coast. Okay. That makes sense. What I'm seeing with the Sydney situation, so the Sydney situation is going to be a little bit tricky, my love. The Sydney situation bleeds. Is Sydney more expensive, if you will? It being in a city sort of like location? I need you to answer that question firstly. What they're showing me is that the Sydney situation, it comes with a little bit of yes, it comes with a little bit of financial sort of like legwork. Significantly. They said the dynamics with Sydney may cause you to be sick with bitchiness. Sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but honestly, why they're saying that you might find yourself being sick with bitchiness or being cold is because of the significant financial strain or pressure that you may find yourself under being in that space or that location, right? what they said as far as the situation in terms of the local-ish option. What they're showing me on that one is that you'll be able to do some deep soul searching about how walking away from your previous situation. So that may be a little bit better in terms of flexibility for you, financially speaking, because the first thing that they highlighted is that Sydney is going to be a big financial burden for you being in that space, being in that environment. It does mean that should you learn how to optimize in this type of space, you'll definitely be in a different, I guess, grade bracket financially, because that's what's required to obviously maintain that space or that lifestyle, right? But you wouldn't necessarily like find yourself being able to be completely happy in the space, because it would leave you feeling very cold. And a lot of the times just there's not really enough balance for you to have a personal life, and work would pretty much consume you to be paying bills and just dealing with the general upkeep of life. The other circumstances, just on a local situation, seems a little bit more, I guess, promising. What they're saying as far as the actual situation, as far as like your now location, they're like that situation something that you would have to be strategical about, entirely strategical about it, because it's not necessarily something that is going to be like an overnight change, because you've been so used to that environment for so long, and that environment as well is so used to how it's able to condition you and your belief systems as far as how you make decisions. So if you stick around where you are, you're just going to have to like hold on a little bit longer and be strategical about what you're doing, and it may take a matter of a good few weeks for you, a good few couple of months for you. Oh, that's where before Sydney was positive. Sydney is positive. It's not that it's not positive. It's just that these are some of the consequences that they're sort of like explaining to you comes along with the situation. Do you understand? It's not that it's not positive. It's just plain and simple. If you do move to the whole Sydney location, what's happening is that these are some of the things that you'll actually be up against, right? Like I said, it will allow for you to optimize in terms of like your financial bracket, should you be able to actually like withstand the pressures of being in that environment. But those are some of the things that it comes along with, right? And you would take a while. I think even when we spoke about it as well, I mentioned to you that it takes some time for you to actually be able to kind of like find yourself in that space in terms of being able to kind of like, okay, this is my work hours, this is my personal time, this is my me time. You know what I mean? Like personal time being like friends, whatever, and then this is my me time, like that. Is something that would take a little bit of optimizing for you to do. Hold on, let us go back there. Oh, we've got after Pearl, we've got thingy, Mina, we've got Lucky Empress 7 on the donation list. She did actually donate. It's hard to find housing there. I'll have to book an Airbnb for a couple of months. I'm thinking of applying for a full-time jobs in Sydney and Newcastle and taking the first opportunity. Yeah, because that's what I was speaking to you about with the Sydney job, with the Sydney location. It's like you can find it a little bit difficult. Like, when you're working all the time and there's not really much playtime, that can actually set you into like an offset of depression as well, just a little bit, right? Because there's no time to really decompress your mind, unplug from the workspace, and then anything else that you've got is just navigating through the pressures of life. So that can actually cause depression, which can cause a little bit of cold natural climate, I guess, in terms of behavior, which can lead to a little bit of how can I put it, a fiery response, just constantly kind of like being on edge. So that's something to kind of like take into consideration, right? I have 1 month cat sitting job lined up in Sydney, but I'm worried she's going to flake. All right. What do you see happening as far as the Sydney job with the cat sitting? Okay. 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 And then what? Wait, and then what? How do you see it playing out? As clearly as you can, please. Okay. Okay. There's a little bit of delays. You're navigating through a little bit of delays with that situation. What they're saying, obviously, we spoke about like making that a full-on commitment to future self's timeline, right? Because now self has still got her attachments to now experiences, i.e., the Scott situation, the pharmacy situation, all of those things. With you letting go of some of those things, that will also kind of like open space for the timeline moving forward, right? They say there's no need to worry about that situation, but it is going to be a little bit delayed in essence. It does come with a little bit of a waiting turnaround with that situation, right? It may be sort of like mid-month, maybe towards the third week of this month in March. That's something that they're sort of like putting across just because there's a few things that needs to actually be fully grounded. So you'll be able to get some clarity within the next couple of weeks to potentially identify what's going on with that situation. So there you go. It's in May. There you go. That's the wait, right? Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. There you are on the list, Lucky Empress. Okay, what else did you say there, Pearl? I was going to use a 1 month free rent as a way to get back to Sydney. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Because once you're in the environment, then you can kind of like, I guess you start to kind of like pick up on the vibration being in that space, right? So, what I'd say, obviously, I was just going to work at the bar at the bar here until May. Okay. It will give you some time to kind of like save. So, this was the thing about like being in your current situation, right? They said that you were going to have to be strategical in terms of the way that you navigate this space if you're going to stay in your current environment, your current situation. So with you being with the bar work, doing what you're doing, at least you've got a plan, I guess, up until May to be able to kind of like lead yourself into the Sydney situation. And also it gives you the opportunity to continue to actually look for work within the Sydney area as well. Answer me that then, guys. If she starts to, if she continues to put the intention out there about manifesting an actual job in the Sydney location area, how do you see that plays out for her by the time she's actually sort of like ready to relocate? Okay. Okay. Why? Okay. Okay. So they said it's not necessarily like a good, I guess, idea per se to start looking right now, because obviously your intentions are kind of like move over into that space around about May time. The best thing to do is probably give yourself around about 6 weeks or so. So maybe about like mid-April, really start like giving it your all as far as like looking for work in the Sydney area. I say that you can optimize there, like I said to you, but it's going to come with its own pressures of life, because the finances over there is something that's going to be like, yeah, it's going to be pretty intense in terms of like you having to navigate the space and live and figure out all of these things. But they're saying now isn't necessarily the best time in terms of like the job searching in that area per se. Just because obviously anybody that's looking for people now would potentially be looking, majority of them would be looking for immediate start. So it's null and void you looking right now. Maybe potentially start sort of like thinking about it around about mid-month next month. Okay. The girl's not gonna flake out on you as far as like the cat sitting situation from what I can see. That situation is just a case of communicating a little bit clearer. I think there's certain things that she probably needs to communicate with you as well. Okay. Right. Anything else that you had in there? I think that was question number 3, 4. There we go. There we go. Right. And then we are going to go. I think there's one more question she mentioned that she wanted to do. Right, guys? Just hang in there. Pearl said she had 5 questions. She paid a little donation for her 5 questions. So hang on and let her get her little clarity and insight. Okay. Then we're going to go to Lucky Empress 7. All good, beautiful. Thank you. You're good. You're good. I see you're like, you're preparing your questions straight off. If Scott had feelings for me the year I worked for him, why did he never make a move? Is it because of being professional or because he's faithful? Both. Because I heard a story he used to cheat on her. Not sure the story is true. He did. He did. He did. What essentially is happening now is that there's no more grace. He doesn't have any more grace of actually like having those mess ups. And I think the situation with you, there was a little bit of caution in the space as to whether or not he could actually catch feelings, because I think that was the thing before. There was naturally always an attraction in terms of the past situations. Like he said, I've seen about 2. I want to say 2, maybe 3. I don't know if there was any sort of like actual intimacy with the third person, but there's 2 that I can see that was an actual like, cheating situation per se, right? I'm just gonna put it out there, call a thing a thing. But it's one of those things with you. I think that there was an attraction, but there was a curiosity about more, I guess. And he didn't necessarily trust himself to kind of like lean into that space and just keep it at strictly intimacy, basically. I think also he was on definitely on thin eggshells, okay, with his partner by the time you came into the process. So I think it's just one of those things where it was just a timely situation. It was a timely situation. I think potentially the one thing that didn't properly go somewhere, I know that was potentially a work thing. The other 2 situations, I think that developed outside of the workspace. I think she found out about the cheating. I think that it was something that they're still actually working through. I think that's why he had to be mindful about navigating through. Why do you think she monitors everything he's got? Why do you think you're having to think about what you sent to him via email? Because she's monitoring everything that he has, because those are the terms of like him being able to stick around in the situation. She gets to watch him, to observe his behaviors and make sure that he's not up to no good, basically. So yeah, I think that it's just one of those situations where when you came along, it was just a timing situation where he was kind of like phasing out of certain behaviors, pretty much. Because that's the woman that he is in love with and committed to. Half the time, to be honest with you, Charlie, with the people that they end up with, it's not even necessarily love anymore per se. Sometimes it's just familiarity. That's who they're familiar with. That's where they can actually like see themselves growing. They don't have to change per se. When I say change, obviously if you meet someone new, then you kind of have to adapt to their environment, right? They just get familiar and comfortable, I guess, with their situation. I think he cares for her. I think he cares for her, and I think he cares about the life that they've built together. I think those are the things that he loves. He loves the life that they've built together, and he loves the fact that he still cares about her. But in love with her, I'd say he fights to be in love with her every day, because I think that they've grown apart quite a long time ago. When he started doing the cheating, they started to grow apart. But the familiarity of her is what keeps him in this space. Yeah. Anything else? On that note, let me take a bite. I don't even know what to bite at the minute because I got a couple of options. Look at me. I went from hungry to a couple of options to eat. Mm. Mm. Lucky Empress. But why was he so cold with me if he had feelings? Hold on. He was really frosty. Feelings is a strong word. Feelings is a strong word. I'll use the word attraction. Because attraction is the initial chemistry that you have. Feelings is built from actually getting to know each other. Like anything else, when you don't actually know a person, that's just an attraction. It's not feelings, it's an attraction. So there was definitely an attraction. I have to order food. Girl, you and me both. I don't think I will ever be loved. It's not me. Oh, dang, girl. Mm-mm. I'm telling you, love is actually so twisted. It's so twisted, and it can withstand so much depending on like how much it has the capacity to grow. So yeah, love is actually a really, really tricky thing. Oh wow, I can't believe he's not a cheater now. He's a cheater yesterday. Not as in literally yesterday, but his previous self used to engage in that kind of behavior. It's just something that he's had to learn how to mature through over the years, to be fair. And it's like he would, I think the first time when he did it, he wasn't necessarily best pleased with himself, but I think he developed a little bit of self hate, and that continued to push him in that dynamic where he would find himself. So he did it twice, and then the third person, I don't know if that manifested into like physical intimacy. No, he's not the type today. This is precisely it. He's not the type today, but he had to go through all of that to actually learn that that's not who he is. At the time, I think he was like going through a little bit of a crisis when he actually did find himself cheating. He's a strict Baptist who goes to church every Sunday. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. And it's good that he's where he's at now. But honestly, the pastors are in church touching people, the congregation, and I don't mean laying hands. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself. Yeah, it was in his younger years. It wasn't necessarily, I say his younger years. So this is something that potentially happened within the last 3 to 5 years, basically, and he's learned within that time that that's not who he is. That's not who he wants to be. It comes with grave consequences, and he's not willing to actually like adhere to those consequences. That part, okay, because he came. They've been together for 30 years. Yeah, he came very close to actually losing that 30 years. That part. I think he was going through something at the time, beautiful. He was just going through something at the time when that actually manifested itself. I think he was just feeling really low. I don't want to call it a midlife crisis per se, but I think that he was just going through a little bit of like low self esteem. You know, he was just navigating through stuff. Part of the reason I like him was because I thought he was the type to never cheat. Dang, girl. Listen, if he was the type to never cheat, you set yourself up for failure because you were requiring him to be able to cheat to actually get into a manifested space with yourself. But that was a long time ago. I want to say it's a long time ago, like 3 to 5 years. Yeah. That's a long time ago. You know, people grow. Shit, I'm not the same person I was 2 weeks ago. The tolerance that I had 2 weeks ago, I definitely do not have right now. So that part. But yeah, I think it's just one of those things where at the time when he found himself in that position and he knew that his relationship was infiltrated, he was just going through a dark patch at the time for himself. Nah, it's a comfort thing. Even if he's not happy with her, he will stay there just out of comfort. That's just his mindset on the situation. Yeah, he'll stick around. Familiarity breeds content. So even if he's not necessarily happy with the space, it's a space that he's familiar with, and that will naturally always bring him some sense of contentment where he can not necessarily be happy, but he can be content with where he's at in life and what's going on for him. Okay. But yeah, that is precisely it, beautiful. I think Lucky Empress as well actually put her question out. I'm gonna pin it as well. Mm, just so that I don't lose it per se in the midst of everything. Do you have anything else to hit me with then, beautiful? Because you said 5. I think that was 4. Mm-hmm. Did people at work? Holy shit. She paid for her 5 questions, man. You know, she wants to get all the insights. Did people at work suspect the attraction between us? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. I think that they sense that oh no, that's fine. I figured that you were actually going to finish typing it. I will just bite my tongue and behave myself. No, not that. What what, Cheney? I can't believe what you sort of holding your tongue. What I'll say to you on the situation, right? Um I think that people could sense the attraction more so. I'm not going to say more so on your part, but I think that they kind of know that he's kind of been through some stuff. Did his wife suspect? She was always nice to me. No, she didn't think anything. I think that people around you, as far as your work colleagues, they suspected that there may have been a like from you towards him. And I'm not going to say it made people uncomfortable per se, but I think it's one of those things where they were hoping that things didn't necessarily develop in a certain type of way because they like his wife. And they, I guess, like her personality. She seems nice. She seems like a good person. Um, a little bit oblivious at times, unfortunately, but God speaks to her. So God will tell her things, even if she's oblivious, like physically speaking with sight. He'll use the spirit of discernment to communicate certain things to her, intuitively speaking. But I don't think she had any concerns about you per se, right? I think it's just one of those things where oh, damn, I thought I was special, but there were others before me. Honestly, beautiful. Um, it's just a behavioral thing. I think obviously now he's at the point where he's learned that he doesn't have the capacity to basically play with his relationship like that anymore because his relationship cannot withstand it. His wife doesn't have the capacity to kind of like deal with it. So he's just had to decide to do better, really, so that he can avoid her being bitter. That part. Was a cheater. Not presently a cheater. I mean, technically, he emotionally kind of like, you know, was unfaithful, I guess, because he kind of like expressed certain feelings towards you. But he's learning. It's a slow process. Like, shit has, at least he's not back in kind of like physical intimacy. So he's cleaning up that action a little bit. That's a start. But yeah. I hope that that was useful for you, though. I don't think that the wife suspected anything. I think that, like I said, she's just a little bit oblivious most of the times, just because she's in her own little world and she's just generally like a nice person. So she's not expecting like certain things to come up. Basically, she's not expecting certain tests or challenges to face her. Okay. Yeah, he was the right now experience. That's the best way that I can put it to you. He was the right now experience to sort of get your heart tintillated, and feeling certain things, right? And that was necessary at the time to let you know that you're capable of feeling. But now it's like, how do you manifest that space for yourself in a healthy dynamic? Do you see what I'm saying? So take what you've got from that and be proactive moving forward with all the lessons you've taken from it as well. Okay. Oh, sorry, beautiful. Sorry. Oh, Lilia. Oh my God. I don't know what to tell you, girl. I got Lucky Empress 7. who wants a love reading to kind of like understand her dynamic. She's on the donation list next. Let me see where you are as well on the actual free list. Let's see. We've got, oh, Lilia, we've got at least 2 people in front of you. We've got KT and Rika in front of you on the finger list. So technically there's 3 people in front of you, and I've literally been here for like 4 hours already. Right, guys, we're going to be like giving y'all the condensed version, okay? Because your girls got work tomorrow. And I don't want to wake up at 10:30 again when I start work at 9. Okay, because I'm still navigating through. I've literally just been having like little naps in between like my sleep because of my jet lag and everything. So I'm still so fresh back as well. I'm still like adjusting back to the climate of being here. So bear with me. Oh, I'm sorry, pal. I'm sorry. Dang. Rewind it and watch it. Yeah, she'll have to rewind it and watch it again. She'll have to rewind it and watch it again. So Lucky Empress wants a love reading. I'm trying to get back out there. Hopefully my luck changes. When did I get home? I got home. So guys, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a sidebar, even though we're like into a little something, right? Shaylee, I got home on Thursday morning. My flight was delayed by about an hour. I faced a suicide demon whilst I was out in Jamaica. He was like basically like he was kind of just like navigating around my nan's head and just projecting certain thoughts into her mind and stuff. So I binded his ass, okay, and relinquished him from the space and let him know that he wasn't welcome. But he caught up with me once I got back to the UK. That part. So when I got back, literally, my flight was delayed. And then my flight was delayed by about an hour, and I got back just about 11 o'clock, even though I was supposed to get back at 10. And if I did get back at 10, I would have avoided the conflict of what erupted with the suicide demon. So somebody basically killed themselves on the train tracks because I booked the train to go and to come back because I wasn't going to drive and I wasn't going to get a cab either, right? Or I ended up having to get a cab because, right, it was like I was trying to get home to work before I finished work. And because I had that mindset and my focus was about trying to get home before work finished, that's what manifested. I literally got home 6 minutes after my work day actually finished because that was the focus that I was looking at the situation from. But I also understood when I came back as well that the suicide demon basically teamed up with the demon that I'm navigating through in my money class. So I'm navigating through the suicide demon doesn't really have any touch on anything now. He's hoping that the money demon will open the space for me to get to a place of depression long enough for him to be able to come and give me little chats. Basically, that's his plan. And I'm just observing and seeing how things are actually going to unfold. We'll see. When I actually did, I guess, face him in Jamaica when he was trying to navigate his space through my nan's tongue, I literally like binded him and banished him from the space. And he did say to me that he'll meet me on my grounds, which he did. So I can't even be mad at him. He kept his word. That part. So when everything was manifesting, when I got back and it was a complete shit show, I was like, okay, we knew that this was the inevitable. Now he's getting me on grounds where it's a little bit more like, obviously back home in Jamaica, people go through a lot of things. So they're a little bit more mentally stronger in ways. Whereas obviously here, people are very privileged in the first world. So it's very easy for them to find themselves into sequences of depression over small shit, to be fair, like things that are so insignificant. But because of the privileges that they're used to experiencing in life, the suicide demon found another candidate that was a little bit more of a viable primate and took that person out, or got them to take themselves out just as God was about to elevate them, because obviously he only shows up when there's an ego death that's taking place. That's the only way that he's able to get a vortex in, when there's ego death taking place, really. But yeah, that's how it was once I got back, Chelly. basically. Right. Lucky Empress wants a love reading. Let's dive into it. Lucky, are you still in the room? Beautiful. Let's go and dive into your stuff and chop it up. Okay. That part. That means my why life is an ego death. That means my wildlife is an ego. What do you mean, beautiful? But no, I've just never really had an ego. Well, it's not. It's a part of the human's natural design. For us to say that we don't have these things means that we're not human, and it doesn't necessarily work like that. We have to battle through. A lot of the times when we're navigating through like ego deaths, we get put in the semi-conscious layer of the mind, and that's when we get the case study to understand what is dying on the ego. So it's the whole ego death. But no, yeah, man. We all have an ego. We've got the id, we've got the ego, we've got the super ego. The super ego, if we learn how to activate the super ego much, I really don't too much though. No, and I get you on that. You're probably utilizing your super ego a lot more. But to say like the ego is for basic things. So just now when I said that I was angry, that was my ego. When you so the ego, the ego basically is what spirit's attached to. You've got the id, which is kind of like another version of yourself that has the ability to kind of like, that's where your demons live, basically. Your demons live in your id. Your ego is literally just kind of like, how can I put it? It's like, how can I put it? The ego is basically just perspective. The ego is basically just perspective itself, and then whatever feelings we have now, those spirits attach themselves to the ego, and we become that. We identify with that, and we become that in manifestation in terms of how we're in indicating or identifying with our life. But generally we all have ego to some degree, because the ego is an inevitable part of the human experience. That's why we continue to go through different ego deaths. It's basically when we're kind of like updating from different emotional patterns that's vibrating at lower frequencies. Our childlike belief systems keep updating and updating and updating, but it has to go through the ego to actually update, which is why we have to constantly have ego deaths to actually get to the, I guess, the other plane of our existence, right? But it's a real thing, man. It's a real thing. But the super ego is something completely different. That in essence is really where the soul lies, where the soul understands the stories of the human's journey, and it doesn't necessarily identify with the story of the human's journey, but it understands the significance of the human's journey and the stories that are being told as a result of that. So the super ego is something completely different to the actual ego in itself, though. But the id is literally where our demons live, because those are our primitive states of being. Oh yes, I've taken up the cards so many times for Lucky. Lucky, I'm so sorry, beautiful. I've taken up the cards. Girl, I'm still learning. I'm telling you, Chaley, I'm still learning, because it was today that I was like really breaking that down, because a lot of the times, like, I work with people as well who sometimes struggle with bipolar tendencies as well. And literally, like, it's just a case of like talking them through the process of that, because a lot of the times they feel like they're navigating through a lot of ego deaths, and it's manifesting as bipolar tendencies. But yeah, it's just like when they're getting a dip in terms of their emotional perspective. Okay, show me. What do you see manifesting for the beautiful Lucky Empress 7? In terms of love. Okay, she's looking to do that, y'all. She's looking to do that. Okay. Sorry, Lucky Empress. I'm trying to get all the tea I can for you, beautiful. All the tea that I can for you. Okay. Okay, interesting. I'm sorry, Lucky. Okay. I'm going to speak it to you directly as they've given it to me. Okay? You like a bad boy. You like a little bit of a bad boy tendency. And when I say a bad boy tendency, it's like they're nice. Don't get me wrong. They're nice. They do nice things. They make nice gestures. But you like just a little bit of an asshole. That's the problem in terms of their tendencies. So I'm going to pull some cards and see how everything, I guess, may be playing out for you, sort of like moving forward. They're saying that was the first thing that they said to me. They were like, okay, well, if she wants to have an experience of something different and she's saying that she hopes that her luck changes, the first thing that she has to do is release her attachment to like her like for a little bit of asshole tendencies. And what do I mean by that? So it's like somebody who is give me an example, guys. Somebody who can be short. He may not necessarily be short with you per se, but it's like they can be short with other people. But it's very easy for those types of spirits to kind of like turn on you, basically. Okay, it's just a matter of when is it your turn type thing. So that's, if I killed myself, no one would even know until my landlord had to try and get rent. Oh, dude, Chaley. I know what you mean though. That part. To be fair, I think my mom calls me every day, so she'd probably be the first person to call police because she's like that. To be fair, but I get you. I get you. I'm sorry that it feels that way. Like the loneliness is that real, or the isolation is that real, where you're kind of like camped out that way. Lucky Empress. What do you see manifesting for her in terms of her love life? Okay. Well, that's because my mom is actually one of my little besties. We actually like each other for the most part. She's cool people. We grew up together, so you know how it is. Oh, that's okay, Mina. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, beautiful. I was literally thinking, dang, thank you for even hanging in there, sticking in there, hanging out with us. We actually started at like 1 your time anyway. So thank you for even showing up, beautiful. The kids have school and stuff tomorrow. So you're good. Exactly. You're good. You're good, beautiful. But thank you for stopping in. Exactly that. That's what I thought to myself. So thank you for stopping in. Do your thing, girl. You've got like so many responsibilities that you're navigating. God bless you too. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for just stopping into the space and just being dope as always. I appreciate you. What I'm seeing with your space as far as the romance space, Lucky Empress 7. Are you still here? Let me just confirm if you're still here as well. Oh, I love you too, beautiful. Okay. Love you too. Lucky, are you still with us? Give me a thumbs up. Because I want to sort of like dive into unpacking this for you as well. And I don't know how well the internet's actually sort of like connecting, because I know that that was an issue as well for a little bit. I'm going to pin the last one that Mina put up, the last list. Okay, there we go. Done. Right. Okay, so, okay. Right, Lucky. Good stuff. Beautiful. So what they're showing me, with the situation when it comes to romance for you, they're definitely saying to you that it is a case of like what you're getting is worth waiting for. Oh no, that's okay, beautiful. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Chaley. I appreciate you, beautiful. Because you know, once it starts to go, because it's been so long as well. I've been here almost 5 hours already. But this is what they're saying as far as your situation, beautiful. The love that you're getting is definitely worth waiting for, definitely worth waiting for. And it's kind of like now, you're obviously making an effort to actually like put yourself back out there and actually allow for yourself to be open, and you will start to get offers. But this is what I was saying to you before: you have to be mindful about who you allow to come into your orbit, because there's a part of you that has a little bit of an attraction to arrogance, a little bit. You like confidence, but there's a very thin line between confidence and arrogance. And then the arrogance of the confidence of that person, when it easily goes over into arrogance into other scenarios or situation, that brings out their asshole tendencies, right? You have to be mindful about like basically manifesting that type of suitor for yourself again, because as much as you like a confident man, the balance has to be just right, and you have to observe in terms of the level of the balance when it comes to confidence, right? They're definitely sort of saying keep an open mind moving forward. You're actually going to learn a lot about the situations that you kind of like navigate through over the course of the next few months. Let's see. What do you guys sort of, oh, thank you. Thank you. Because you know what I was about to say? Okay. Okay. You have to be strategical about your heart space. Sometimes, and they're putting this across to me, sometimes you have selected suitors that didn't even know how to protect their own heart, let alone care for yours. Does that make sense? That's what I'm working towards with them. Because they're saying to me that this is also because you're going through a selection process. That's the thing that's going to make it a little bit tricky for you in terms of the, I'm not going to say ideal person, but the most probable candidate, the most probable suitor. Can we get a timeline for our girl Lucky Empress? Can we get a timeline for her in terms of the romance class? Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, girl. Um, they're saying it's not a situation within the next couple of months, or within the next few months. For instance, they're saying that this is a situation that's going to take a good little time, just over a year. Just over a year. And why it's going to take just over a year is because in order for you to find something that, don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean that you're not going to find any suitors, but in order for you to find the most probable suitor that is basically the most probable suitor that is basically capable of being able to grow with you, that's going to take some time. Within space of the next few months, you'll find candidates that comes in and try and shoot their shot and try and, I guess, test the boundaries and test the waters a little bit to see where they are, where you are. And they're obviously, the angels, they're sort of saying this is where you need to be strategical about how you select based on here, because you may find yourself in situations. Damn, I already been single for a while. I know, beautiful. I know. And it's not necessarily that, oh, don't cry, girl. Don't cry. You good. You good. I think that God is basically purging some of the attachments that you had. So basically, what I was saying to you about like the thing that you're attracted to with the confidence thing, that's something that you need to kind of like optimize to understand where is the right balance when it comes to confidence, because the asshole tendencies is really what keeps finding you in positions where the relationship isn't necessarily working out, unfortunately, because then that asshole tendency or that asshole trait, if you will, that they have when their confidence is basically off balance and they're sort of like more into the place of arrogance with it. That's the thing that keeps throwing off any relationship potential, because you don't have the capacity to withstand that type of mannerism like for too long per se, right? You can be nice enough for a period of time, But no, it's not a situation where it takes, thank you, Pearl. It's not a situation where it takes you into the kind of relationship dynamic that you want. So in order to do that, you have to basically fast. You have to fast from that like or attraction to that type of person. And God will bring the right dynamic that's a little bit more sustaining for you as far as a relationship. Because you can have engagement with others and not actually find yourself in a relationship at the end of it. And that's something that you have to take into consideration. Okay, so they're saying just over a year. I want to say within the next 8 to 9 months per se, there may be a prospective suitor that is a little bit more conducive to what you're looking for, but it's going to take just over a year for you to find yourself back into another relationship. Okay, so take the time. Take the time. Trust me, you ain't missing out on anything. The way that these divine masculines are out here with their optimizing process, girl, you ain't missing a dang thing. Okay? God is doing the most right now. Trust me. I hope that that was useful for you though. So you've got an 8 months like wait for a candidate that is more suited. So where are we now? March. So you're looking at sort of like the holidays time, right? Just before the holidays, where you were able to sort of like get a nice little suitor come in. And then within a year, I guess from now, is where you guys will really actually be able to start making relationship talk. Well, it's not looking good. So I have no choice but to just enjoy myself. No, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just for what it is that you're looking for, some things take a little bit more time. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you're looking for a relationship, but you're looking for a relationship with somebody who you can have fun with, somebody who you can talk to, somebody who you can kind of like have your little quiet moments with, but also somebody that you can kind of like, go out and have fun where you guys aren't taking yourselves too seriously. Like all of these things, it's a little bit tricky, I guess, to find and also to maintain because life happens sometimes and then people come out of character, don't they? That part. That part. So, yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, though. I had never felt for anyone like I felt for him. There may be something that attracted you to him that you might need to look into, Paul. Definitely. You may also kind of like find yourself attracted to emotionally unavailable men as well. That was something that I navigated through myself. What was your dynamic as well with like your paternal figure? Were they consistent within your life? Because that generally kind of like breeds an attraction to emotional abandonment or men that has a capacity to basically not be emotionally present for you. Um, oh, sorry, the chat's being a little bit weird now. Yes, no father. Yeah, that's basically what breeds those types of dynamics a lot of the times. So be mindful of that. Genuinely speaking, be mindful of that because yeah, you find yourself constantly just manifesting experiences of heartbreak just because the abandonment is a normal environment that you're used to, I guess, type thing. So it's like you'd naturally manifest people that because dad would be the first love, right? So yeah. Just be mindful of it, beautiful, because it plagues you a little bit until you heal from it. Okay. Right, y'all. We've got Katie next. We're going back to the free list. I hope that that was useful for you, Lucky Empress. I'm definitely wishing you luck, girl. I'm gonna do a whole prayer for you tomorrow morning when I wake up, and I'm gonna be having like my little routine with God. We're gonna do a whole little prayer for you. Don't worry, I got all y'all. I literally take mental notes. I'll be like, and the one that was dealing with this, can we work on that for them? And the one that like, don't worry, I got you guys. Okay. That's why sometimes they come back and tell me certain things about how everything's sort of going with you guys. KT, are you in the building? Right, guys, who do we have in the building? Can you guys kind of like, Lilia, I don't know if you're still here, but we've got KT in front of you. We've got Rika. I don't know if you're still in the building. Cupcake Swell. I don't know if Cupcake Swell is still here. We've got Ariona and we've got Samantha. I know Samantha said that little one was actually being a little bit tricky because they're navigating through some stuff emotionally at the minute. Little one's just a little bit miserable right now. They're not having the best of time. So I know Sam's kind of like navigating through mummy duties. Ariona, I'm not sure if she's still here. Who do we have in the room? Ariona's still here. Who else do we have? KT, Rika, Sam, Cupcakes, Lilia. Thank you, Ariona. At least we know that you're sort of still with us in the building. Because I may just go to your question and close out the space. If nobody else is here, that's the thing. So I'm just trying to check. I'm going to give you guys some time, okay, whilst I have my little muffin to kind of confirm who's here. And then we might just be closing out the space with Ariona. What has been going on with you, girl? You said that life has just been like, in the last couple of weeks. I'm talking to Ariona, BTW. What's been going on? I feel like life has been such chaos in the last couple of weeks. And it's like trying to juggle the chaos and figure out how to like manage everything, which has been so funny. So I don't know how you guys are finding it, but I'm actually like glad to be moving past this Virgo full moon because that's my rising sign. So the way that I show up in society, my projected self is going to be going through an update. So I'm looking forward to that. More than likely, I'm going to have some sort of ego death. That's already started today, but I was like, That ego was like, I'm here to help my girl out because ain't nobody walking all over her. Okay? That part. Okay, we only have Eric. Who else do we have in the room? Katie, Rika, Lilia, Cupcake Swell, Samantha. Who do we have in the room? Can you guys give me a little wave, something, so I know that you're here? So far, all we've got is Ariona, and I might just take her question and close out the space because we've been here for quite some time, y'all. Who else is in the room that hasn't gotten their reading yet? Oh, it's been so nice to come back and like vibe with you guys as well. Nobody else is here? It's just Ariona? Okay. I think Ariona is the final person to get her little reading then. I guess. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Do I have other messages? I don't know if I'm... Okay. Cupcakes is also here. Okay, Cupcakes. You go and put your question in because you were before Ariona on the... Dang, I didn't realize that literally so many stuff was actually... So the chat's starting to move weird now. This is what happens after a few hours. The chat started to move weird. It said, oh, Ariona was giving me some updates. Okay, Cupcake Swell's here as well. Oh, Lilia's here as well. Okay, so they have to go and put their question. So Lilia, your question's actually your question first because you are before Cupcake Swell and Ariona on the list initially. All right, so give me your question. Put your question out there. Sorry. What did you have? A bagel with it was a tuna sweet corn bagel. Oh, I got that on the top shelf over there. Don't worry. I'm having dessert, I guess, first before I get to my mains. Oh, Ariana said, apparently someone who I thought was my friend right at the beginning of March, they turned out to be fake, so I lost a fake friend. No, girl. God removed a fake friend because you had no need for that service. Okay? You did not lose them. God simply removed them because they were not going to be sufficient for where you were going. That part. Okay, I love it. Do you know what? I love it and I don't like it when like God obviously reveals people's faces to you. Like it's so heartbreaking, right? When you like get the revelation of their face and stuff, but at the same time it's like such a relief because it's like, oh, I'm glad that I wasn't going to take them with me to my glow up. You know what I mean? Um the past few weeks have been extremely chaotic. 2023 is like we listen, we survived this and we are optimized in the process of learning how to dance in chaos because I'm telling you, like this year is like chaos on level 1,000 and we're like learning how to pick the pieces of chaos and redefine it and put the pieces of the puzzle together. I'm telling you, it's crazy. The moon conjuncts my moon and rising opposes my Lilith and squares my nerds. And oh, dang, girl, you've got a whole situation to navigate through. Opposes your Lilith as well, you know, and squares up with your nerd and Uranus. Oh, that's gonna be intense and unpredictable as well, because that Uranus energy is right in the mix of all of that. And Uranus always sometimes wants to like put their point across about like how life can be unpredictable at certain times. Like I feel like Uranus's main law is the fact that there is nothing that is consistent in life except inconsistency. Like that's literally Uranus's like whole thing, to just like be unpredictable. Which girl, I'm putting out a prayer for you. I'm put you on the prayer list tomorrow as well. I'm gonna need to be in prayer with God for at least an hour tomorrow, talking about all these things that are moving. So it's definitely going to be interesting. Cakes is here. Lilia is here as well. I think Lilia is also here. Lilia, where's your question, my love? Pop your question in the chat. Oh, she did. She did. Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. Now the chat is messing up. Don't worry. Oh, Katie's here as well, which means Katie's actually before everybody. Okay. Then with other friends, had a bit of drama. Okay. There must be some stuff going on for you, Ariana, astrologically speaking. How old are you as well, if you don't mind me asking? Because a lot of the times as well, we start to like, with the friendship classes, we start to learn a lot of stuff as well. And there's at certain points and stages of the ascension, we get to some things that are really, really tricky. Okay. And I've been having a hard time finding jobs. I almost had a job, but the schedule wasn't flexible, so I quit after the first day. I'm hoping I will get another job soon. Girl, that sounds definitely like some of the energy. Okay, Samantha said she won't be able to make it on the live. That's okay. That's okay, because I understand that her little one wasn't necessarily feeling too well. So that's fine. So Sam's fine. She's out the question. I don't think Rika's coming back either, because Rika has been trying to get a free reading for me from time, but it just doesn't seem to be manifesting for them for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Will Hazel have a child with Jay in this lifetime? Whoa, Lilia. Whoa, let's go and dive into that, boy. I'm gonna take this firstly. Sorry. I'm literally just looking to see if I can think. Okay. Okay, I've been having okay. And then Cupcakes put their question out as well. What do most people think of me when they meet me? Interesting. But Katie's question was actually meant to be first because she was definitely there on the list. Then with other friends, I had a bit of fun. Girl, I'm telling you, it's that time. I was at school and someone got arrested, and I was right there. It was for illegal possession of a weapon, but they weren't armed at the moment. Whoa. Will my mother Hazel have a child with her current husband Justin in this lifetime, or will she have it with somebody else? Oh, wow. Okay, we'll dive into that for you, Lilia. Let me unpack Katie's question, and we'll kind of like dive into your stuff afterwards. So we've got Katie, Lilia, Cupcake Swell, and Ariona. Okay, that's what we're doing. How did my role connect to a round table and key? King Arthur and Solomon have popped in my mind randomly. All right. Let me get myself prepared because they're already sort of like putting certain things across to me. Okay. Sorry, they said to also put some tarot as well so that I can put certain things into context for you as well. Right. Interesting. How are you with science, Katie? How are you with science? Sorry, let me go scroll down because now the chat is getting a little bit tricky. Hope that 2024 will be my year. Yes. Hey, baby. How's it going? This year is full of surprises so far. I deleted my TikTok. That energy on there got interesting. Too much drama. Yeah. People swearing they are things they aren't, arguing. I left. Whew. Yeah, that part. Definitely that part. Oh, it's Shelly's birthday on the 16th, and then it's yours on the 18th. No, okay, you're 18 on the 19th. Interesting. Your birthday is literally the same birthday as like I want to call her my soul sister. We were sisters in like another realm because I remember our time together and she remembers our time together as sisters and stuff. It's interesting that we found each other in this life eventually, but that's so interesting. You know that you're on the cusp, right? You would actually be considered an Aries Taurus cusp. You're literally right on the cusp of Aries season and Taurus season. "2023 has been a mess. Girl, trust me. Trust me, such a mess. It's so messy this year. It has my mind like literally trying to optimize against all the chaos that is breeding. Seriously. Right. So, sorry, I'm like going through all the questioning. This is so weird that this is how it actually like manifests half the time. After a certain time, the chat just goes a little bit. I didn't like science growing up except biology. I was actually going to ask about physics. So what I saw in terms of the space with you, I think you were, from what I could tell, sorry, they're saying to shuffle the cards. They're saying to shuffle the cards. Okay. Yeah. I don't like math. English can be boring. History is interesting as well. Listen, history is definitely very interesting because they tell us whatever they want to tell us to some degree. Okay. History is definitely one of those topics where it is definitely which story does one believe, because it seems to change depending on what face the other person wants to sort of put out there. Science is one of the subjects that I naturally am quite adept with. What I saw with the situation with you, so you are actually a strategical analyst. A strategical analyst is how they're sort of like putting it across to me. Around about that time, it's almost like, sorry, I've got like a whole bunch of stuff up in my laptop, and I'm trying to like take it out. But yeah, you were a strategical analyst around about that time of time, basically. And one of your things was to be able to kind of like understand the potential risk factors when it comes to certain decisions or certain situations, and actually like advise. So you didn't necessarily advise directly to royalty at the time, but you had someone else, a higher up, that you basically put your findings to. This is for KTBTW, that you put your findings to, and they then present them in essence to royalty. Obviously, you may potentially have been one of the, from what I can sense, you could have been one of the old souls that was alive in that timeline, and obviously you've had several reincarnations since then, right? Because your service has been needed for mankind. But yeah, from what I can see on the space, you were a strategical analyst, and you had that job because you had the capacity, or you had the ability to basically be emotionally sound. And it's interesting because I think that it was a natural intuitive gift that allowed for you to be as accurate, because that was the thing as well. You were very accurate and on point with your strategical analysis of most things, and how you guided on making decisions as a result of that, because of your ability to basically be grounded in self and be emotionally collected. So you were actually like very, very good at picking up on the intuitive hits, right? You were very, very good at picking up on the intuitive hits. What I'm seeing with the situation, though, um, I don't know if that situation ended. I don't want to say badly, but I don't know if that situation ended progressively. I don't think it ended progressively. I think with how that situation eventually you got to a point, from what I can sense in the space, it's like you got to a point where the decision making process wasn't necessarily making any sense per se. It wasn't necessarily making any sense. And um, the way that the way in which royalty was making decisions, you didn't want to actually have any sort of impact or implications on that. So I don't know where you perhaps ended up after the facts when it comes to that, actually, because I think you made a pretty big decision at one point. Sorry, you guys are like, I think I was in human form at that point. You were in human form at that point. You were, and you were actually, you were playing a significant part. You were playing a significant part in like the strategical analysis. It's like I said, you were reporting to a higher up who was then reporting to the royalty, right? So they were getting intuitive hits, but it's like, as you were sort of like sharing information with this person, it's almost like, I don't know, the decisions that were being made were no longer like being, it wasn't necessarily taking your strategical analysis into consideration when it comes to certain things. There's certain things where it would just be very self, in terms of like the suggestions that are being made. So the person that you would discuss everything with, your higher up, they would sometimes not necessarily relay some of your strategical feedback on the situations that you sort of had in mind. I believe you left. I believe you left. I believe you left that space. You were living a fairly decent quality of life before when you were in that dynamic, and I believe you left. I believe you left and you downgraded, I guess, essentially on life, but you upgraded on peace in knowing that you didn't necessarily have to be a part of certain poor decision making. So that was an interesting one. That was a very, very interesting one. You surviving, baby. Dang. You doing good. Hold on. Sorry, I'm like looking at our little charts. I forget, astrology, so my moon is in this dude's 12th. Okay. And hit in my 8th. Oh, interesting. My Venus conjuncts his south node. And then we also have Pluto on the. Oh, shit. That's a whole bunch of stuff to kind of like navigate. I can understand in that case as well, like the recent events when you say like you guys have got Pluto in the AC. That's interesting. I wanted to donate for a reading, but you've been on for so long. That part, baby, that part, right? How are you doing though, other than surviving? I can't with you. I can't with you. But yeah, Katie, once you left there, it's like life took a different turn for you. Once you left the environment that you were in, I guess life took a different turn for you. And I'm not going to say like peasant life type thing, but I think it's like comfort. I think you relinquished your right to certain like natural okay, let me ask you this question. Where are you now in terms of like your position in life? Because I think in that in that era of time, from what I can see, you made a conscious decision to step down from potentially, I want to say upper class. I can't even say middle class. You made a conscious decision then to step down from upper class, and it's kind of like had significant consequences since as well. I think you kind of like now you're having to climb your way, I guess, up societal status, right? Um, my question's already put down. Oh, Lilia, I don't know if I can actually access your question anymore. Hold on, there's so much going on in the chat that I'm not able to see. What's your big three, Charlie? Oh, Pisces, Virgo, Virgo. Aries, Capricorn, Cancer. Interesting. I'm Capricorn moon as well. Can make it difficult for people to kind of like fully understand you emotionally because you're so like stern. To some degree, not all the times. It doesn't always work out that way. But that must be interesting for you, Booby, with the Cancer rising if you're like Aries sun. That must be interesting to navigate. Because people might find you to be more emotionally charged than you may actually be in some essence as well. And sometimes they may take your emotions for granted as well, because it may be unexpressive at times. So that's an interesting one to navigate. I forgot to tell you that my friend and I have been leaving amusing reviews on my former worker's Google review about my how amazing I. That's a good one, pal. I love that. I love that. That is too funny. Cupcake Swell. Lilia's actually next, and then it's yourself, Cupcake. Don't worry, beautiful. Don't worry. Lilia's next, and then it's yourself. I'm still open as well. Elsewhere, all over the place, but finding my way, I think. Not that bad. That's good. That's good. That's a start, right? It's definitely a start. Oh, everybody's kind of like sharing their little stuff. Oh, I have Virgo Mars. That's interesting. That would be challenging to navigate as well. It's like, how do you perfect war? Sorry. Oh, but that's a very, very interesting class for you to navigate, baby. Virgo Mars. Um, Nothing vicious, just some good, wholesome fun. No, I don't believe it's anything vicious. I think it's just you obviously trying to put some positive energy out there for yourself. You know what I mean, Pearl? Sometimes we just need to go and like activate it for ourselves and charge it with our own intentions, right? So at least you've got a friend to help you with the intention and manifesting it. That's only a few of the aspects. Also, Chiron on Saturn. Dang. Dang. That's so interesting. Super, super interesting. Okay, Katie, thank you. You've got a second question. Put it out there when you can. The child. Oh, damn. There's so much going on in the chat, guys. The chat is now messing up. Hey, Jada. Cupcake Swell said they put down their question as well. Oh, thank you, Chaley. Let me see if I can find it. Thank you. Thank you, Chaley. Thank you. Dang. Let me see. Because I was like, literally, the chat's moving a bit dodgy now at the minute. So I'm not like able to get everything all at once. Okay, I'm doing okay now, but I'm aiming for a better position, self-employment. Okay. Okay. That's cool. I think you made a conscious choice to step down from certain luxuries, I guess, in that lifetime potentially, and you're still kind of like navigating your way back up to being in that level of position as well. Because I think what got you about this is for Katie, by the way. I think what got you about being in that dynamic or being in that space at the time was just like the how can I put it, the societal hierarchy in terms of life and just how the lower hierarchies within society, right, was basically sort of like being treated and mistreated as well. So yeah, that's interesting. Keep doing your thing, beautiful. Keep doing your thing. Will my mother Hazel have a child with her current husband Justin in this lifetime, or will she have it with someone else? That's interesting. That's an interesting question to ask, Lilia. That's an interesting question to ask. Hazel and Justin, do you see them manifesting a love child? What do you think? Do you see Hazel and Justin manifesting a love child? Okay, thank you. Oh, interesting. Are they having issues with any fertility problems? Can I just ask that question firstly? Because I can see that there's like a significant amount of trauma that's actually like surfacing even around the topic in general. Sorry, this question is for Lilia because I'm on to Lilia's question now. Will I become successful someday? Oh, dude. Oh, yeah. Okay. Lilia, is there any fertility factors to the situation with your mom and Justin? Yeah, yeah, because that's the thing that I'm seeing. That's a major factor to the situation. Okay, I'm gonna check for you, Katie. That's fine. Yes, I've been in positions in this lifetime where I made more and then made less. Yeah. It's still an ongoing thing, I guess, that you're kind of like navigating through. When you made that decision, then it was a decision that was potentially, I'm not going to say going to play you, but it was a decision that was pretty much more than likely going to take some time for you to actually come back from that. Jada, I think Jada's actually made a payment on um, Cashapp as well. It's interesting because you paid in dollars, and then we've got Danny as well. Okay. This is now getting very, very interesting, and I don't want to miss anyone on the list, right? I've got a I've got okay. I've got a payment from Jada. So Jada's actually made a payment. KT, is that you that's made a payment on Cash App as well, KT? Like I've got a name that's sort of like come up, I guess. Danny's what's come up. So I'm not sure if that's you. That part. Let me know though if it is you. So we sorry, I'm like looking at the stuff. Okay. Dang. The list is closed. Yes, unfortunately. So yeah, with the I'm not gonna lie to you, with the situation, it's going to be very, very tricky for them. It's going to be very, very tricky for Mum and Justin with manifesting the child. It's going to have to take a lot of patience. And it is going to require a lot. I think what's going on at the minute as well, like there's so much stress about will it happen, won't it happen, when will it happen, all of these things, all of these factors. It's causing a little bit of tension, I guess, for both of them internally. They're not necessarily aware of it, but subconsciously it's something that's actually manifesting further delays because of these thought processes, right? Do you see it manifesting? Because they're showing me that it's going to take a lot of patience and definitely going to take some time. But do you see it manifesting as far as them having a child together? Thank you. Okay. Okay. What I'm going to say to you with the situation is that it's going to take a good little time for them to actually be able to manifest a child together. I think that they will. I think it's going to take some time. I think it's one of those things where there's a lot of pressure that they're putting on themselves, I guess, because the fertility dynamics makes it um, ever so challenging to actually even be able to. Oh, hold on. Do you see it happening there? My only worry is just if Hazel will have a child with Justin. I do see that there is a possibility of a child, potentially more than a year from now, because they're going to navigate through a lot of setbacks with the situation. That's why I asked about the fertility thing, because that sometimes is going to be a difficulty for their relationship in terms of how they navigate through the process, and sometimes they can be quite cold to each other, basically because they're so stressed about the situation. So that's why I sort of like put that across. I do see that there is communication that happens, um, well over a year from now, where they're able to kind of like put it out there that, you know, the child is coming. The child. How do you feel about Mum and Justin having a child? Answer me that question. Just a question. Okay, so I personally got a hard no on this one. I see that it was going to be literally a challenge for them. I see that it's going to be a challenge for them. I think it's one of those situations where the fertility situation is something that they have to navigate through for a good little period of time. And even with me sort of like putting across the timeline a year from now, it's definitely not anything that is going to be easy for them to navigate through. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the child is here a year from now. It may just mean that as they navigate through a year from now, that might be a situation where, astrologically speaking, the unlikely heir that they're navigating through right now has transitioned to a little bit more of a fostering, a little bit more of a supportive element for them to be able to manifest that situation. But how do you feel about Mom and Justin sort of having a kid? Scared? Yeah. Will it be with Justin specifically? I'll say this to you. Um, what I saw with the situation with Justin is that they go through circumstances where they get pushed out. They push each other out quite a bit. Like the pressure, I guess, of the situation kind of like causes stagnation. I think that I don't know that Justin may actually be around by then. I don't know that Justin may actually be around by then in terms of like them being in a full-on committed situation. I think that they go through so many back and forths. The relationship dynamic isn't necessarily stable per se when this moment actually transpires for them. It will be Justin. Yeah, it will be Justin. How do you feel about Justin? My question to you. How do you feel about Justin? Then we also have Jada. And who else do we have on the donation list? Because that just happened so quickly. You guys donated. I wasn't aware. And now we kind of have to get you guys seen to, don't we? Yeah. We kind of got to get you guys seen to. Can I please know which artistic career should I pursue? Interesting. I don't like him. Okay, I get that. That's why I asked you how you felt about him per se, because I think that there's a lot of contention in the space and the situation with you guys. I think that they go through their series of like on off together, not da, da, da. So but anyways, thank you for the reading. It's 8 here where I am now, so I have to go bed. That part, Lilia. Thank you so much for actually tuning in. Just take your time with it. Pray on it. I don't think it happens in the ideal situation. I don't know. Also, another thing that I have to say to you, I don't know if the actual child survives that part. I should leave you with that part as well. I don't know. They manifest, I guess, a pregnancy, but I don't know if the child is actually brought to full term. So I should probably let you know that part as well. Okay. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around and hanging in there and waiting. I know it's a long one tonight, but hey, such is life. Okay. So, what do we have next? Because we have who's Danny? Let me clarify that because I've had that before and I'm not sure who that actually is in terms of the list. I think that may be Katie. I think so. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so we've got Katie giving us another question, I guess. Will I become successful someday? Oh, cupcakes, well, you're literally just stood there sort of like waiting around your turn. Honestly, leave your question with us. If you have to go, I'll answer it as one of the final sort of like checks for me before I check out of the space. Okay. But let's kind of dive into it. I think Katie, and then we also have Jada, who also sort of paid as well on Cashapp as well. So Jada's questions. Okay, Jada wanted to know about artistic career. Should she pursue? Okay, hold that thought, Jada. I think Katie's payment came in before yours. Regarding where I came from before I was on Earth, what type of abilities did I have that prepared me for Earth? Oh, wow, beautiful. That is such an intense question. So, a few of these, sorry, let me grab my Opalite. A few of the abilities that you actually had. Telepathic communication was one of your optimized strengths and skill sets. You also had the ability to actually sense, and because of your telepathic nature, you had the ability to sense and pick up on illnesses in other people. You also had the ability to be able to kind of like, how can I put it? You knew how to be able to soothe as well. So you were some sort of doctor in essence, or at least they utilized your skill set as a way to be able to doctor others around, because you were so, I guess, intuitively gifted to be able to understand how to draw forth energy from one life force and project it into another. Another aspect of an ability that you had as well was being able to actually bring like, how can I put it? Was being able to actually like bring good vibes, right? And it seems like, oh, that's a really important thing. I think where we were previously, where you found yourself previously before Earth's experience, you are definitely a useful asset in terms of being able to actually like elevate the positivity within that collective space and environment of those beings as well. You were definitely utilized as somebody that was a go-to for most sort of like personal problems or issues. It's like people used to come to you and talk to you about things that they were sort of like navigating through. And this is why I said to you, you had more of sort of like a doctoring sort of like ability in that essence, right? Um, yeah, those were some of the abilities that you had before coming here to be able to allow for you to kind of like come and do what you need to do, girl. That part. So yeah, do you feel like you still sort of like have access to any of those skill sets or any of those, I guess, natural abilities? Question two. That's for Katie. And then I'm gonna go to Jada. Then I'm gonna go to Cupcake Swell, and I'll answer Ariona's question as well. Don't worry, y'all. Dang, I'm probably not even gonna be finished up here for like till, I don't even want to put it out there, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Makes sense. I sense teleporting, and leadership was definitely a part of your actual situation. You had to travel as a doctor anyways to be able to get to different locations. The teleporting thing, I think that, okay, so the teleporting thing, how can I put it? So the telepathic ability, right? So you had the ability to basically project thoughts into people's minds, and you also had the ability to actually like communicate yourself telepathically in terms of like receiving other people's like silent subconscious thoughts as well. I think the teleportation, sensing that you're picking up on, is your ability to move your consciousness into other people's, I guess, psyche, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? um Sometimes I know what people are thinking before they ask. Yeah, that part. That was a natural gift that you had. That was a natural gift that you had. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's good to know that you still have like a lot of those skill sets optimized within your human form as well. So that's what's up, girl. That's what's up. The leadership thing was a definite. That was a given. That's why they made you a doctor, I guess, in the village. And you had to be up and down and traveling anyways because you needed to be able to sort of like see your patients. And sometimes they weren't necessarily in a position to be able to come to where you are. So the travel was definitely an instrumental part in the process as well. And you taught people a lot of stuff. You taught them a lot of stuff in terms of how to be able to work with certain dynamics as well. So that was definitely something that I'm glad that Spirit still has you being able to utilize some of those skill sets there. Know what I mean? But yeah, they said that there's still things that you're learning and finding out about yourself as well, even in this life, as far as like some of the skill sets that you had from your previous experiences. Um, Projecting of some type. I used to stare at the stars and sky as a child and said I wanted to travel to space. As a kid, I said I wanted to attend a church and see God again. Yeah, I'm feeling some type of realm energy. Yeah, 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 definitely, definitely. Though in that realm, you kind of like was somebody that they went to as a I don't know how to put it, but like literally when anything would go down, I guess within the village, you'd be the person that they'd sort of like come to for advice. So that was definitely a thing. The leadership thing, definitely, definitely. That's something that they utilize that quality quite a bit. Yeah. Keep optimizing a lot of those though. Keep optimizing them in the human format because things get a little bit more tricky because the humans like vessel so dense. But keep doing what you're doing, man. I never got to find out where the realm was. Spirit wouldn't say. That's another thing as well. It definitely wasn't anything within this realm. I want to say that it wasn't anything within like this um 3D reality at all. It's not even in like this galaxy. It's actually from another galaxy in terms of where you were prior to the now situation. So I think that those are some of the qualities that actually helps you to be useful in terms of some of the things that you're going to do here. Beautiful. So just keep moving. It'll be interesting to see how the similarities of your life as you continue to grow into more of who you are, how the similarities of your life then manifests in sequence, reflecting your reality now, or how your life now reflects your reality then, in essence. But yeah, thank you for that question. You always ask like some of these thingy questions where it's like, okay, it probably gets like them taking me into, because I had to close my eyes for a minute to really go into the space to receive the like the clairvoyant vision that they were sort of giving me to sort of like describe the answer to your question. So thank you for that. BMW or Audi, I wouldn't actually know, to be fair. I'd probably say BM. I'd probably say BM. I know they've got like a 500 a year um, marketing plan. So at least I know yeah, they're going to be around for a while. So if I need parts, they'll be able to provide. Just mentioned Realm Protector. Yeah, correct. A galaxy. Yeah. 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 It's not from this galaxy at all. I see blue and love, Peace. Yep, definitely, 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 100%, 100%. I think it's funny because in the dynamic of that version, I guess, of yourself, you were so big in love. Like your love was very expansive. So I think it's one of those things where, um, sorry, I'm like getting a little bit of income in as well. I think it's one of those things where because you were so open naturally, your ability and your capacity to love was definitely something that was like instrumental in the collective community environment within this galaxy where you had your previous experience sort of before coming here. You know what I mean? But yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Again, I appreciate you. What's Jada? I don't know if Jada, I hope that that was useful for you as well. Beautiful. I'm going to move on to Jada's question. I don't know if Jada's still in the room. What did Shady say? That's okay. Thank you. Earth is horrible. Earth is just tricky, man. It's so tricky to navigate. Earth is one of those sort of like densities where it's just like, whoa, this is intense. How do I navigate this? It's wow. It's a lot. Jada, where are you, beautiful? I don't know if you're still in the building. Sorry, I'm going back to your question. I'm not sure if I can even find it. Okay, I've paused it. Jada. Donated. Thank you. Okay, Joshamua, can I get some assistance, please? There we go. Found it. No? Yep. Okay, so Jada wants to know. Jada wants to know which artistic career should she pursue? Hold on. Oh, good, Jada. Thank you for putting your question back out there. Having no love is seriously talking. So, oh, beautiful. I can imagine because it's, do you know what? Sometimes you got the love and the love is so toxic, you don't even want it anyways. That part. That part, Chaley, I'm telling you. That part of the story as well. Sometimes you got the love and it's still so toxic, you don't even want it. Okay. Okay, Jada, I'm gonna answer your question. I'm just kind of like getting myself together to sort of like dive into it because they're giving me a few different aspects on the situation at the minute. They're saying you've got a few artistries. They're saying that you've got a few artistries as it is anyways. Okay. They're saying that you've got a few artistries anyways, Jada. What's your favorite artistry that you navigate through? Because they're saying that you've got a whole lifetime to manifest. Like life is abundant, right? That's what they're putting across. Non-stop projecting. Oh, beautiful. It's very, very unnerving. So I can only imagine. I can only imagine. You're quite the natural creative as well, Jada. That's what they're saying to me. Maybe start with exactly that. They're saying to me, maybe start with your natural creative visionary, because I think that this is something that's basically going to assist you with developing your artistic talents, right? And as you continue to develop your creative visionary, so what do I mean by that? Like, how can I put it? Assist me with the words, guys. Assist me with the words on this one, because it seems like there's a few things and it's like you guys are, so how they're showing me is that you've got life to kind of like unfold a lot of these artistic capabilities, but they're saying to start with the creative stuff. You like to create stuff. What is the stuff that you like to create? Help me to understand that, because they're saying to start there so that you can work your way through the process of developing your ability. Right? So what do you enjoy creating most? They're saying to kind of like move from there. Yeah. What do you like creating most, beautiful Jada? I wouldn't mind getting. Well, that was the main thing that they actually put across in terms of like the art side of things. I think that that's a great place to start with you. But what I'd say to you is don't limit yourself, because you have so many talents. And bear in mind, like, life is lifing, right? So you literally have the rest of your life to be able to like draw different parts of yourself and pull from different facets of yourself and pull it out the bag. The artistry, as far as like the art, that's a good place to start as well. I think once you go into the art situation, you actually find that you want to create other things as well. So the art isn't necessarily just where it ends, the art is just the beginning. I also see that you put other people on as well once you sort of get into like really, really like expressively with the art, because I think you're still shy with your art at the minute. This is what they're showing me, like you're still developing the talent. It's to the point where like you could do more, or you could be more expressive in the art form that you actually like choose to present. But it's just one of those situations where you're kind of you're still, I guess, learning your ability and still a little bit shy. Your confidence is growing in that area. I probably should have reworked my question better, but what I'm basically trying to ask is which artistic career should I pursue, whether it be photography, filmmaking, painting. Painting. Start with the painting. You, and again, this is why I'm saying to you, you don't necessarily have to limit yourself to just one. I think obviously you're going to have to take some time with the painting. The painting takes some time to be able to be developed. You actually position yourself with the painting to be able to help other young artists, I guess, sort of like coming into their own as well. And I think the filmmaking, I'm not sure necessarily about that, but the photography definitely comes after the painting, right? They too, I guess, go hand in hand per se, but it's like you develop the painting aspect of the situation initially. And that is something that grows. And I also see that the photography is something that happens later down the line. Now, the filmmaking aspect of things, I think that that's up to you to decide whether or not you incorporate that into who and what you are. I don't know if you potentially actually make the films, or if you actually have a production company by then. Do you understand? And this is why I said to you, it doesn't have to be one or the other just because spirit is so abundant, but it may take you a sequence of stages to get from one place to the next stage. So start with the painting. The photography will naturally be worked into the process of that within the next, I want to say, 4, maybe 5 years. And I think obviously you'll do photography in between the process of that, don't get me wrong, but actually having it develop as a career aspect for the situation. Once you do the painting situation, if you start that, I want to say this year, within 4 to 5 years, the photography stuff can also be incorporated into that, because it's going to take you some time to really kind of like I said, develop with your confidence with the painting side of things. I know that you're confident to some degree, but I think that part. The photography stuff definitely helps you to be able to kind of like make room for other stuff when it comes to the filmmaking. You get to a point where you're actually really successful with what you're doing, my love. I want to put that across to you. That's why I said to you, don't limit yourself to just one thing per se. Start with one thing and take it step by step at a time, because spirit has big plans for your eye. And I don't necessarily mean just your physical eyes, but your eye, your visionary eye, right? So what I'd say to you is probably best to start with those two, and with the painting situation, right? With the painting situation, you'll probably find yourself, the photography stuff is probably a little bit more, how can I put it? The photography stuff is easier. I'm going to use that word. The photography stuff is easier for you to tap into. The painting stuff, once you tap into it, that is the breakthrough craft for you. And that leads into the potential for filmmaking actually yourself, with being able to kind of like have a production, I guess, team is the best way that I can put it to you. And you utilize a lot of the little kids that you end up teaching and developing within the production team. Do you understand? So this is a step-by-step process to the future self in itself as well. Start with what you're doing with the painting and photography now, and the filmmaking will actually be incorporated later down the line. Okay. It's just a process that you kind of need to, I guess, navigate through to get from the first stage to the second stage to the third stage. But it goes well for you. You actually, God is going to be using you to bless the lives of others, which is why you have quite a few of these natural, I guess, aspects of self that you can kind of like work with when it comes to your artistic abilities. Yeah. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Definitely hope that that was useful for you. I think we have Cupcake Swell now, and Cupcake wanted to know if they're going to be successful in life, right? I think that that was their question. If I'm not mistaken, I think that that's what I recalled from what they put across as far as their question. Yeah, I think it was the Cupcake Swirl. Archangel Shamuel, can I get some assistance? But yeah, will I become successful someday? Yeah, Cupcake Swirl. This is what I'll say to you, right? Don't doubt that. It depends on what you consider success to be. Okay. Cupcake Swirl wants to know, will they be successful someday? That's interesting. I agree with that. I agree with that. They said it's up to you in terms of how much effort you put into situations, circumstantially speaking. Sometimes the circumstances may not necessarily be like the ideal circumstance, so you have to then be willing to push through some of your resistances, even when the odds are against you. Do you understand? So just be mindful of that. Yeah, you will be. It's not necessarily something that's going to manifest within the next few months per se, but it's something that you're going to be working at and being proactive towards over the course of the next few months. I think that the success that you're looking for may take at least a good 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. It may take a good 3 years for you to actually get to that place where you feel like, okay, this is my reflection or my version of what success looks like, and this is how I'm able to emanate it in my circumstances. I'm looking successful in my mindset. I'm looking successful where I'm at emotionally and health wise speaking. I'm looking successful. So it's going to be like a good 3 year assignment, this one, maybe potentially 3.5 years. Okay. So just you have to be willing. I want to put this across to you. You have to be willing to move as guided by spirit to be able to move into your success and actually embody that experience for yourself so that you can experience it wholeheartedly in this lifetime. Okay. But it's going to be a process. It's definitely going to be a process. So just take your time with it. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So it's going to take, again, like I've just explained to Jada, it's going to take stages to get from one point to the next type thing. So just be mindful that even when you feel like quitting, that's just motivation to keep going and finding whatever is buried deep inside of you to actually like bring the energy or the strength forward to actually navigate the space that you're navigating. Be mindful of that. Okay. Quitting's not an option. You can take a break, within the space of that 3.5 years, but quitting's not an option. So just bear that in mind, because you may be put in positions where the universe will ask you, but do you really want it? How bad do you want it? Do you really mean it? Are you willing to do whatever it takes to get it? So just be mindful of that. Okay. Who else do we have? We have Ariona. I don't know if you're still in the room as well. Beautiful. You will be the last person on the list, and then we are shutting up shop. I'm surprised. It's a good thing that I had a nap today. Oh, it's a good thing I had a nap today. But what's your question, Ariona? If you're still in the building, let me know. Let me know. Good stuff. Okay. What's your question then, beautiful? Let me know what you want to know, and we will shuffle the cards and see what the guides have to say. Do I know them? Do you know who? Oh, my little bagel's gonna go cold. Not even just cold, but stale. Do you know who, beautiful? Sorry. Because the chat's being weird. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you guys. Did you write something else, Ariona, that I can't see? Because you said, do I know them? Who are they? Who are here, your guides? Is that the question? Sorry. I'm putting it back up. Who's deleting your question? Oh, I'm sorry, Cheney. Who, Daniel? You want Daniel to call you? They're deleting your question. That's interesting. Okay. So as far as your guides, you have quite a few spirits around you that actually assist you with the guiding process. There's two people or two presences that are basically family friends that have transitioned, but okay. Okay. Oh, Cupcake Swirl, don't worry, beautiful. Listen, God's got you, but you do have to do your work. Don't forget that assignments are real. Okay. And if you miss an assignment and you've got homework to do and you think you're just going to like get the rewards without doing the actual assignment, listen, God will teach you quick and fast. That's where God's tough love comes in. Who's the person that I will have my first time with? Oh, okay. Posted a question. Oh, I'm getting an Andre. Is their name. I think that they are, from what I can sense with them, there's somebody who, they're quite charming, which is what you like. They're very funny. They have like your sense of humor in terms of them just being able to like just take the piss out of just random things. Um, Sometimes you don't necessarily like their moments when it comes to like, casting certain jokes and stuff like that, but you feel comfortable with them and they feel comfortable with you. And it's like a natural chemistry as far as the relationship dynamic with you guys. That's my uncle's name. Listen, it is what it is. It has got something to do with an A, okay? So definitely keep that into sort of consideration. But it seems like they're fairly, how can I put it? It's like they themselves actually haven't necessarily, like, they've done like casual situations in the past as well, but they themselves haven't necessarily have a relationship. And I think that this is where you guys kind of like get on like a house on fire, because now you guys get to basically set the standards of what relationship looks like to you guys, right? um they can be quite passive sometimes, and that can be a little bit of an issue for you, because they'll say yes to things they really mean no to, and then it becomes an issue for you guys later on down the line. You guys kind of like have a good little relationship going for about a good couple of years, so don't worry. I know that you were kind of a little bit irritated because it's like it's taking a while, for you to kind of like get to that place in life and everything. But like I said to you, you never know how things kind of like play out. That relationship actually helps both of you guys. That person gets to learn a little bit about the fact that they can actually be in a relationship, because I think before they actually had a little bit of a scare of being in relationship, and the expectations, I think that was the fear for them, the expectations of being in a relationship and them not feeling that they are able to manage those expectations respectfully. But I think the friendship that you guys build is what allows for you guys to naturally progress into that type of relationship dynamic, where the friendship is actually what is so solid that it develops into a romantic relationship. um, they're respectful. I think sometimes you can be a little bit short from what I can see. Yeah, I don't like it when people are passive. Well, this is the thing. I think that you can be a little bit short with their passive nature, because it's not necessarily like you're very direct. But again, opposites attract for these types of reasons, because if you're direct and you have somebody who's direct, ooh, it's explosive. That's a lot to manage in a first, like, full-on relationship dynamic, without, I guess, prior experience of these types of situations. So I think that God's taking it easy on both of you guys by sort of like giving you guys that like balance of the being equally yoked in that sense. What you like, he has, vice versa. Um, but yeah, I think the passive thing is just because he's like trying to be respectful and trying to sort of like consider your feelings, but I think it stems from a little bit of a place of like people pleasing. So that's something that you guys kind of can, I guess, navigate through during your time together, because I'm not going to say you don't mind it with you, but when it's happening with you, it's like it's still irritating for you, because you would want to get like a full on like disclosed answer, like, do you want this, or are you doing this just because I want it, type thing. But when he does it with other people, then it's even more frustrating for you, because it's like, bruh, stop doing that. So those are some of the little challenges, I guess, that you guys like have in terms of like your differences in that essence. But it's cool, it's cool. You guys have a nice little relationship for at least a good couple of years. Like I said, I see 2 years, 3 months, maybe going up to 4 months or so, because you guys are still sort of like figuring out whether it can work out. Can you guys work on these issues that you guys have, these little things? So yeah, I guess after that point, you guys have to make a decision then again, whether or not you want to recommit. But yeah, that's it, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you, because it seems like the wait will actually be worth it to find the right person, but I think it just takes some time for the right person to actually just like, come into your orbit. Okay. But yes, that's it. That's it, y'all. I literally been here for 5.5 hours. I'm so glad that I napped earlier today. Do you guys like my little tan? I got a little tan going. Oh, snap. I got a little tan going. But yeah, I'm going to love you guys and sort of like sign out and leave it here for you. Chaley, you mentioned that you're going to sort of say something as well. Do you want to put it out there? SP, hey, I'm literally just signing out, my love. I've literally been here for like so many hours. I love you, girl. Okay. I love you. Thank you for stopping into this space and sort of hanging out with me. I was so exhausted for the last few days. It's been a struggle. I questioned whether or not I was going to come in to the space today, but Spirit said, take a nap, see how you feel when you wake up, and take it from there. So yeah, here we are. We managed to make it, guys. And now we can get back on our rhythm of consistency, right? I'm looking forward to that, y'all. We can get back onto our rhythm of consistency and actually put some good stuff out here. Okay. On that note, people, let me see if you did put your question out there, Chaley, or whatever it was that you wanted to sort of put across. Let me check. It was just about how people may have issues and probably need a therapist. That part, girl, that part. That's why I go through the process of questioning the way that I do, because sometimes we don't actually know when we're sick with certain things, like it's actually like surprising to me, just because like I'm always like sat in my subconscious trying to find if anything moves. I've literally been in places where they're playing music and I'm like, that's activating my sacral chakra. Do they mean to do that? Okay, that's activating my solar plexus. What are they doing? Like, I'm like that, me personally. That's how I am with my human, because I'm very astute with anything, any small changes, anything I want to know, right? But some people, they're actually like so engrossed in the experience of the human reality that they're actually very disconnected from their human itself, which is why they're actually not aware of certain things, unfortunately. And some things as well, I have to say this, some things we haven't necessarily been properly educated on. So unfortunately, we don't know that we're sick with certain things, which is very, very unfortunate. But hey, such is life, beautiful. Thank you so much for showing up tonight. I am going to put out some prayers out there for y'all tomorrow and send some healing energy to all of y'all beautiful people. Okay. On that note, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. That part. Okay. I'm going to love you and leave it there. God bless, beautiful. Thank you again, guys. Shaylee, keep being dope. Why won't he just call? I think because he doesn't necessarily know how you're actually going to. I bit my tongue because I respect you. Obsessive to the scary point on that one. Yeah, definitely. No, definitely. There's a lot of like, we're sick with a lot of things that we really don't even actually realize. I think with a calling situation with Daniel at the minute, because things kind of like escalated so quickly, he doesn't actually know where he stands with you. So there's a little bit of fear there. I think let your guides know if you're open to having sort of like discussion with him. You say you want closure, but you have to sort of like be mindful of what it is that you're trying to manifest in that space, and be completely honest with yourself about what it is that you want from it, because it may not be closure. By the sounds of it, you actually want to be able to kind of like rekindle the spark a little bit, which obviously comes with its own challenges, because you realize now the kind of demons that he's navigating through. But if you want it, have a conversation with him subconsciously. Send him an email, okay, a telepathy email. And he'll pick it up whenever he picks it up. But you have to tell the guides, because manifesting is happening very quickly. these days. So you might get a turnaround with this situation within like 3 to 5 days, potentially. I would have said 2 to 3 days, but because he's still working through his own fears, it might take him some time to actually pick up the download. Right. So let your guides know if that's a space that you're still willing to engage in. And also kind of like put it out there that you want him to sort of like come into the space and give them some time to kind of like let it manifest. And I guess they'll deliver the message to him and he'll be able to move accordingly in divine timing. Okay. That part. Okay. For real now. I'm going to love you guys and leave it there for you guys. I will catch you guys on Friday. I was actually thinking about doing a pick a crystal for the Virgo full moon, but honestly, y'all, I can't promise. I'm going to try my best, but with everything that I've got, it's a struggle. I'm like so busy. Even when I'm not doing anything, I'm exhausted. So just bear with me. How do you guys feel about a pick a crystal for the Virgo full moon? Let me know. I think Cheney's still in the chat, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you have a good week, beautiful. You definitely have a good week. Yeah, do you know what? I'm gonna come through. I'm gonna come through on Tuesday. I'm gonna try and see what I can do with my schedule, flexibly speaking, and see if I can come through for you guys on Tuesday. Because boy, finance class is definitely sort of like giving me some insight. Romance class, whew, I'm learning some learning. Okay. And I think what was the other class as well? Family dynamic. Oh my God. Hey, learned a lot about that in JA. That part. On that note, I'm gonna love you guys and leave it there. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Okay. Mwah. God bless you guys. Ta-ra.